Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another stream here on the channel. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic Saturday morning out there. Let's see, we have here in the chat, we have Caden, Indiana, Kazo, Phoenix, as well as Lord Howard and Ponderosa, Storm Dakota, ATR, Dave, and everybody else who's in the stream who may just be tuning in or just now chatting. Glad to have you in here. Let me just do this real quick. Okay, there we go. Lucky called me just like 5 seconds before I went, before I started streams, like on Google Meet, so not on Discord. He'll tune in and probably help us stream here on the latter half of this stream, depending how long we stay here, but just do a little check. Everything looks to be good. Let's switch on over to our main scene. Ah, dang it! I'll just undo the camera right there. Hi, good morning. I forgot to take the cover off the camera. We can blame Lucky for that one. But yeah. Let's see here. So we do have already a tornado watch out here in Louisiana and in Arkansas, as well as into Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas as well. So make sure you guys are all hyper weather aware. Not really a high-end day today. It is an enhanced risk for severe weather. There is going to be the possibility for a few significant tornadoes today, specifically within the next about 6 hours or so. From now all the way till about 5 Eastern is what it seems to be the peak tornado threat. We're going to have not really the best embedded QLCS threat today. Most of the QLCS is going to be embedded northeast to southwest, which will allow for a more damaging wind threat as opposed to a tornado threat. But if we keep this orientation throughout the day where it is more north to south, you can see this is not terribly orientated northeast to southwest. It's not that sharply orientated there. We could see a couple spin up strong tornadoes here across portions of Arkansas into Mississippi and Arkansas. And also something we're going to pay attention to is prefrontals today. There's the chance for some prefrontal supercells out here in Mississippi to get going and then move up into portions of Tennessee and potentially pose a strong tornado threat. I haven't looked at the new SPC outlook here, so let's see how far that 10 sig is. Yeah, and they do actually have that 10 sig all the way up into southwestern Tennessee now. So that goes all the way up into the Memphis metro in southwest Tennessee as well. So you have been added to that all hazards threat, including significant tornadoes today. So they've expanded that quite a bit. I mean, yesterday when we were live, that 10 sig was like over just this small area here. So They've expanded that significantly in all directions, and we will have another SPC update here in about an hour. We're live a little early, so instead of it being like 30 minutes, it's actually going to be closer to an hour before we get that new update. Glad to see you in here too, Isabel. You're getting a lot of storms right now. A lot of just very heavy rain, lightning, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. I did see the PDS warning at 3 a.m. this morning. Somebody sent me a screenshot of that. I think it was 3 a.m. Central, 4 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, that happened overnight. We did indeed see a PDS warning, and I think we might have seen possibly 2 of them. There may have actually been 2 for those PDS warnings. So we definitely saw a good solid 2 to 4 tornadoes last night. Specifically right around the 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern time frame. Man, the tornado that produced or rather the storm that produced that potentially strong tornado, very, very odd. Very, very odd. Just a little bookend vortex managed to spin around, and it spun around quite significantly. Not something you see very often, especially in the overnight hours. So that was quite a surprise. But yeah, here is today's overall outlook for severe weather today. We do have a very large enhanced risk. I'll actually switch you guys on over to, we'll stay here. So very large enhanced risk for severe weather. We got that level 3 out of 5 over portions of Monroe, Louisiana, back down towards Lake Charles, Lafayette in Louisiana, Beaumont, the Woodlands, Texas in that, Jackson, Mississippi, Florence, Alabama, just barely west of Nashville, Tennessee, Clarksville, Tennessee, Jackson, Memphis, Tennessee, Pine Bluff, Arkansas. You guys all inside of that enhanced risk for severe weather, as well as Shreveport there. Multiple rounds of significant damaging winds with the potential of tornadoes is possible today. We should see at least 2 different QLCSs form. We have our first QLCS that is firing off right now up in Arkansas, and that should actually include a second QLCS later on today, should form directly to the south of that, and they should kind of merge together. And then as we get into the evening hours, we should see another QLCS fire somewhere over portions of Arkansas. And that will promote another threat for all hazards. So definitely a very, very widespread threat for significant damaging winds today. If we look at the damaging wind threat, your guess is as good as mine. They have gone ahead and removed that hatched risk for damaging winds today, although we have already seen, this is a damage report of trees down here in southwest Arkansas, but we have actually already seen 70-mile-per-hour winds out there southwest of Little Rock, Arkansas. So my only guess on why they removed that 30 sig is there's a chance they add maybe a 45 sig wind possibly, but I don't really know where. There's not a lot of consistencies on exactly where the greatest wind threat will be. Like, we know generally in this area here, right? But we don't know exactly who has the best chance in that entire enhanced risk for very significant damaging winds. But I wouldn't be too shocked if we see like a 45% wind risk. That would be still an enhanced risk somewhere over in like this area here is a guess. Because that's where we're going to see 2 different QLCSs make their way through that region into the evening hours here. And I wouldn't also be shocked if we see an expansion of that enhanced risk just a little bit more to the southeast, more towards Meriden, Mississippi, closer to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, mainly for, of course, damaging winds. Strong tornadoes, I really don't see a huge risk for strong tornadoes today. It's going to be with any prefrontal cells that we can see in front of the cold front or along the warm front. And I just don't see a big risk with that. That's a conditional risk like we had yesterday along the warm front, and a conditional risk like what we had on Wednesday or rather Thursday along the warm front as well. So I don't really expect strong tornadoes today. But we definitely could see a few strong tornadoes and maybe even an intense tornado, especially if we get any discrete cells out there in the open warm sector. For some odd reason, NATOcast did just go moderate for tomorrow with a 15 sig Tori. I have zero idea why. It looks like spin-up tornadoes in the extremely early morning hours tomorrow will be possible. But that definitely wouldn't warrant a 15 sig there, so probably a little NATO cast bias coming in there. I do not see a need for a live stream tomorrow. If we do see an upgrade to enhanced risk for tomorrow, I think it would be on the western side, as the remnant QLCS that forms tonight would move into the morning hours tomorrow. So I don't personally think we will see much of a very significant tornado threat. It looks like we won't see any discrete storm, so it's really just a line that's going to make its way through portions of Alabama in the early morning hours tomorrow. And that line could spawn a couple spin-up tornadoes, maybe even 2 to 3 strong tornadoes, maybe even an intense tornado, all being possible there. But it should all be conditional. It should all be very brief spin-up tornadoes. So it's not really a very high-end risk there. There's no threat for prefrontal storms at the moment for tomorrow. If we look at the tornado threat, you can see they do... Oh, that's for today, my bad. They do have a 5% down here in south central Alabama, east central Alabama. Wouldn't be shocked if that gets expanded more to the northwest for that morning QLCS. The hail threat for tomorrow is non-existent, so tomorrow is a very low-end day. Marginal risk does go all the way back up into Virginia. That includes Martinsville, where I am here in south central Virginia. I don't expect much up here. It is a conditional risk for thunderstorms. There's the chance for 1 or 2 significant supercells that may be able to produce the isolated wind gust up to 70 miles per hour, specifically around the 4 p.m. time frame. It would not hurt to chase. It does not look like a bad setup, even though it is a conditional supercell setup. It is indeed a supercell setup there, so it would most likely be a conditional discrete supercellular mode out there in North Carolina, but the ingredients are not high. I don't expect much of a tornado threat. Just very photogenic supercell producing up to 70 mile per hour winds will probably be possible somewhere up here in Virginia, North Carolina. And chasing that probably wouldn't be too easy, because all it takes is for you to go south and then boom, the supercell forms in central Virginia, and then you missed it. So I don't think I'm going to chase tomorrow, considering how much I've been streaming. I mean, it just doesn't seem like a high enough risk for me. But if it does increase, I will probably chase it. If it increases to a slight, or if confidence grows there. I don't see much rotation along this line. Welcome, Lucky. Glad to see you in here. I do see a little indent here near Camden on velocity, but that's not notable on reflectivity, so we'll watch that. Camden, Arkansas. We did have 2 tornado warnings earlier. Neither one of them were that impressive. We had one in, I believe, near Little Rock very early this morning, somewhere out in this area. And then another one along the line back here earlier this morning as well. So we did have a few tornado warnings. Hold on. Lucky, is Chase Elliott racing in the Xfinity today? I just got a notification of that. Is that true? Let's see. I gotta go find the starting lineup here. Xfinity. I'm pretty sure he is. Ah, dang it. And I'm gonna miss that? Man. He's got a really high chance to win then, because he's facing significantly easier drivers. I mean, they're still professional drivers, but they're in Xfinity. Oh, Christopher Bell. Never mind. He's probably going to be the one who wins. I take that back. Dang it. I'm going to miss it. Oh, well. I can always watch replays. Yeah, also going to watch this northern line here. So we've talked about this before. The northern indent of the line typically has the best chance for a tornado, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to go towards Little Rock and then eventually head up way down the line towards Memphis in about 3 hours, maybe even a little longer than that. That will head up towards Memphis. The reason why I call that out is because this line should continue to strengthen all the way up till Memphis. After it leaves Memphis, it looks like there's an opportunity where it may weaken due to a lack of instability. We'll see if that happens. So that may promote a slightly less severe threat for Nashville and areas east of Nashville. We'll need to monitor that to see how strong the line is later on today. But yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. About a third of you guys have hit that like button. It's very important to get as many likes and share the stream as fast as possible right when we start the stream, because that's when YouTube is going to push us out the most. It looks like the National Weather Service in Little Rock is having some weather radio difficulties there, so take note of that. If your weather radio is humming or maybe not getting much of a signal in the National Weather Service Little Rock jurisdiction, that is currently being investigated by the National Weather Service in Little Rock right now. As of 3 minutes ago, that was an issue. Hopefully they can get that fixed, because weather radios are very, very important. I think we should really start making weather radios required. You know how smoke detectors are required to pass inspections in houses? I think weather radios should be too. I think at least one weather radio that's always plugged up needs to be required in a household. You know how much more people would be weather aware if that was required? I mean, they're literally just like, you could find one for 15 to 20 bucks. And it could save your life in multiple different situations. So it's really it's not that bad of a price. 15, 20 bucks to potentially save your life throughout the entire weather radio's lifespan, which mine still works. I mean, I bet that's the weather radios, man. I haven't seen one broken before. Now, I've seen outages, like I just mentioned there, from the National Weather Service in Little Rock, but I haven't actually seen a broken weather radio. Nah, Brady, those storms didn't really affect today that much. You could see we have a good open warm. Actually, let's look at our warm sector. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Very large open warm sector here. You can see your warm front rising up northward past Memphis now. So not a high-end environment like yesterday, but there is going to be an area which is most likely going to set up right in here that is going to be supportive for the potential of strong tornadoes with any embedded supercells or any discrete supercells along the line. Just to point that out on the new HRRR real quick, I'll point out some of that for you. Actually, the new one's coming in right now, so we'll give it like 10 minutes and that will be new information there. So I'll wait just a little bit to mention that to you and show you it. Still flash flood warnings. I mean, geez, I don't think I've seen the U.S. flash flood warning free in like over 5 to 6 days. They're just consistent flash flood warnings all over Arkansas and Tennessee over the last 5 to 6 days. I don't think we've seen those lift in a very long time. JD, it takes a lot of consistency and a lot of time. If you don't have spare time pretty much on a daily basis, you're going to struggle. The biggest thing is consistency. Like what I'm doing here, live streaming very, very frequently. Even though I'd love to get more consistent on videos, but we've just been streaming so much that it's difficult to get videos out. Your weather radio quit working? Really, Legacy? That's crazy. I haven't seen one broken before. Yeah, just keep an eye up here near Little Rock. You could see this line definitely is increased in velocities. Look over the last 20 minutes. So this is a loop over the last 14 minutes, actually. And you can see those velocities are definitely starting to get more strong here. Just west of Little Rock. They haven't gotten gate to gate just yet. So it's definitely not an imminent tornado threat, but in the future, this could become a tornado threat or a very significant damaging wind threat, one or the other, depending if it goes outflow dominant or if that just tries to ramp up with rotation. I'm going to go ahead and get one more radar open here. put that in the Shreveport radar site. I did shut off my computer twice last night, so my PC is quite happy with me. Let's go ahead and turn this on. And boom. Watch it not load and we start getting this this issue. Come on. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it did load. New severe thunderstorm warning from Mount Holly, southwestern Arkansas, El Dorado. You know what? We could probably get some pretty cool looking cameras out here. Considering it is very much daytime, let's go to Arkansas Drive and see some traffic cams. Okay, we do have a live camera in El Dorado. So we can see storms from there. Let's also pull up Louisiana. Let's see here. Let's go to 511 Louisiana as well. Let's see. I don't think we have any cameras up here in this part of Louisiana. We have cameras in Shreveport, of course, but storms have already passed through there. Yeah, so I may pull up that camera in El Dorado once the storms start rolling through. Good morning, Pete. Yep, 4 minutes until we have to say afternoon. Why did NATO cash just go 45%? Like, come on. What? I don't believe that at all. It was wrong yesterday. There's no reason for it to be right today. That's crazy. So Caso, the severe threat's going to be quite significant today. But if we stay with a line like this, see how this line is still somewhat orientated northeast to southwest? If that continues, that's going to limit the tornado threat very significantly today. So as long as we keep a line that is orientated northeast to southwest, as well as no prefrontals firing out in this area, the tornado threat probably won't be that high today. I think NATOcast going 45% is for prefrontals, and that is, I mean, that's just east of Memphis. That is exactly where I was talking about the biggest prefrontal threat right out in here. And that's where NATOcast has a 30% and 45% chance for tornadoes today. The new HRRR does have a discrete supercell becoming a big issue here. I believe that's from, yes, from this batch of rain. The HRRR says this is going to intensify over the next 2 hours and potentially become tornadic just south of the Memphis metro. We'll see if that happens. The HRRR also hasn't been very accurate recently. It did quite nail the tornado threat yesterday, with it being more of a clustered, messy mode and not many prefrontals, so it did do pretty well there. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if it intensifies. If it doesn't intensify, then we won't need to worry about it at all. But a lot of these severes are for 60-mile-an-hour winds, if not all of them. Yeah, they are all for 60-mile-an-hour winds, and actually all but one are torr possible. The only non-torr possible severe is this one, and guess what? The new severe that just got issued for it is now torr possible. So all of these severes, well, except for that one. I didn't see that, because if you look here, this severe is still a part of this one down here, so it's starting to go torr possible. This is torr possible on the southern side, and then the northern side is torr possible, so only this little section right here does not have a torr possible severe. Basically, what that means is the line is starting to become potentially tornadic for rotation and could spin up a tornado. I'm getting a little bit more concerned about this line going towards Little Rock. A lot higher DBZ, potentially even a little hail core forming there. If you are in Little Rock, I would recommend being very close to your safe spot. Little Rock, Arkansas. Pretty strong bow echo here, starting to move up to the northeast. And this is either going to have the chance to produce isolated 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You can see some of the higher velocities up here. Or if that doesn't happen, it may be able to produce the potential for a tornado threat here. Ohio is in the risk for severe weather today, but you're not in the highest risk. If we look here, southern Ohio, specifically if you live like near just east of Cincinnati towards Maysville, Georgetown, West Union in Ohio, that's where the highest risk is. We have the potential, actually we do have the potential for a couple tornadoes. I didn't realize your tornado threat went that far northeast. Also damaging winds up to 60, 65 miles per hour and some large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. Main time frame for southern Ohio. It looks to be probably tonight. Probably towards southwestern Ohio near Cincinnati. Probably around 9 p.m. or so. Let's see here. Let me go back over. Okay. All right, let's go back over to our severe storm in Little Rock. That is something we're going to need to pay closer attention to. It's hard to tell if this is going to be able to successfully wrap around and rotate. But it's definitely something you need to be paying attention to if you live in Little Rock or downstream towards Lone Oak. I know for sure somebody in the chat yesterday was from Lone Oak, Arkansas. So if you are in Lone Oak, Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, just around this general vicinity, right in here, we're going to keep an eye on a potential tornado threat here, as well as up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. They haven't upgraded the severe to 70-mile-an-hour winds yet, but these velocities here over this is going towards like northern Little Rock here towards Gravel Ridge, over Furdale. That is 70-mile-per-hour winds right there on radar. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, it looks like a big-time wind threat, but you can see these velocities may try to get a little bit tighter. And if they do, they could try and spin up a tornado. But look at the flash flood threat with this, too. I mean, this thing is dropping just an absurd amount of rain. They've already issued 2 more flash flood warnings here, and these aren't normal flash flood warnings. These are actually significant flood warnings. You can see that is a significant flood warning. Damage threat is potentially considerable damage. And that includes a very large chunk of Little Rock, if not all of Little Rock here. It does include all of Little Rock. It's hard to see with so many warnings. Let me take them all off. There you go. Did I get rid of the flood warning? There you go. So actually, it looks like the flash flood warning is not in place over Little Rock. That is actually south of Little Rock and north of Little Rock right now. So your flood warning is up here and also down here. So Little Rock, you are not under a flood warning right now. But you very well could be introduced to a flood warning after this A very intense thunderstorm goes right over the city of Little Rock. And I mean, let me go look for a camera in Little Rock. I'm sure we got a camera. All right, let me turn on those warnings again. See if I can find any good cameras out here in Little Rock. Yeah, this is starting to go into downtown Little Rock now. All the cameras here are fogged up. All right, this is the best one I have. This is in Fair Park along, Interstate? Yeah, Interstate 630. So it's about to be hit directly by this storm. You can see it right there. So there's your big old, probably shelf cloud. It's low definition, so it's hard to see. But there you go. I did want to check this real quick. So I'm going to put this up here above my face cam. So that's from Arkansas DOT right there. You can see it above my face cam. That's in that is about to take a direct hit from this storm in Little Rock. The greatest winds look to be a little north of this camera, but this camera is still going to get a lot of very heavy rainfall. There we go. And probably quite the amount of damaging winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we lose it. That would not surprise me. Oh, and look at that. They just actually issued a flash flood emergency for the city of Little Rock. So for 1 second, you were not inside a flood warning, and now you are in a catastrophic flash flood warning. Wow. There you go. So you see that camera above my face cam just got hit here by damaging winds. Very low resolution. I don't really use cameras on this channel because they're always low resolution and very choppy. Okay. So just make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows here in Little Rock, Arkansas. A very intense thunderstorm moving through. There is also now a flash flood emergency. So that means catastrophic flash flooding is actually ongoing in the warned area. And just to show you where that is in the highlighted dark green and white outlined flash flood emergency there over Little Rock. Up towards Conway, Villona, Jacksonville, and Arkansas, all under that flash flood emergency. So catastrophic flash flooding has been reported and is ongoing there. See if they say who it's been reported by. Between 8 to 12 inches of rain have already fallen, and flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin very shortly. This is a PDS life-threatening situation. Catastrophic flash flood damage is possible. You also have a severe storm going through this area at the same time. A very strong, severe storm. I wouldn't be too shocked if this knocks out the radar site, to be honest with you. You can see that pocket of 70 plus mile per hour winds right there. That is still going right through Little Rock right now, especially just barely northwest of Little Rock, right along the I-40 corridor. So very, very strong damaging winds there. Let's go back down to Shreveport real quick. Not nearly as strong of a line on the southern end here. Isolated damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour on this line, going all the way from Sheridan in central Arkansas all the way down to just east of Shreveport, Louisiana. Not nearly as strong of a line there. Look at all that flooding, man. That is just absurd flooding. Look at all those flash flood warnings. And then now we have a flash flood emergency there, too. Just all the way from north of Nashville, all the way into, I mean, geez, like half the state of Arkansas under those flash flood warnings. Just crazy. We're 3 likes away from 100 likes, so if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. It helps us reach more people with the word about this severe weather threat today. Let's see about power outages here. Would not shock me if a lot of people in Arkansas without power. Yep. Almost 28,000 people without power in Arkansas, almost 30,000 people without power in Oklahoma, and almost 37,000 people without power in Texas. Yeah, you can see that's our last tornado warning. Happened way back here in Prescott. Well before we started the stream. That was, I think, about an hour. Yep. Like an hour, 2 minutes ago. Not too long ago, but still quite a bit. Little surprised I haven't upgraded this severe warning here. I may have to turn off flash flood warnings because, like, you really, it's difficult to see with all the warnings on top there, but I'll keep them on for now. But just to show you without those flash flood warnings, these are your severe warnings where you need to be indoors away from doors and windows. So that's all the way from Lone Oak in central Arkansas all the way down to Shreveport, Louisiana. You guys need to be indoors away from doors and windows. And this little indent up here, you can see it. There's this little indent right there. And that's where our strongest damaging winds is currently located. I'm very surprised they haven't put a warning for up to 70 mile an hour winds in this area. They still have it for 60. But just make sure you are away from doors and windows there. I do want to go check near Memphis real quick. Yeah, I don't see these becoming supercells like the HRRR was saying. I just don't see that happening. We'll keep an eye on it just in case, but they don't look very mature at all. Which is not really a shocker. But this is the area we have to watch out for the most for prefrontal cells. That's our greatest threat for strong tornadoes today. Again, if you are just tuning in, now we did just get a flash flood emergency, which is a life-threatening, potentially catastrophic impact out here in Little Rock. Tornado threat in the short term here appears to be very low across the entire line that is formed. But we'll still monitor it closely. Mainly a very significant damaging wind threat here. Also, there is a chance a new tornado watch is issued. You can see this recently issued mesoscale discussion, which is the SPC. That's your official weather service, highlighting an area for weather activity. In this case, there's a 80% chance, an 80% chance, so very high chance we will see a tornado watch issued here in about an hour or so, maybe a little longer than an hour, from about the Houston metro, El Campo area, all the way back towards Lake Charles in Louisiana. They do also mention the potential for an isolated strong tornado threat. This is a quote right here. A more robust convection development is expected along the front in East Texas today. Strong deep layer shear. This strong instability should support the potential for supercells with the threat of all severe hazards, including strong tornadoes. So they are mentioning strong tornadoes as far south as El Campo, Texas, being a possibility. So again, oh, there you go. They upgraded it. Looky there. They just upgraded that to a significant severe. Just like I was talking about. So now under a significant severe for 70-mile-per-hour winds out here in Little Rock, Jacksonville, in central Arkansas here down to England. And man, you can see, let's look at these velocities, man. I mean, these are definitely 70-mile-per-hour velocities. We could even potentially see a gust as high as 80 here. But these are definitely high velocities, as high as 80 miles per hour here. So definitely very damaging winds that just went through northern Little Rock. Very significant damaging winds here. And that is going to go directly for the Little Rock Air Force Base and Jacksonville in central Arkansas. So you guys, preferably, you may want to be in your safe spot there because this is likely producing 70-mile-an-hour winds with gusts potentially as high as 80 here along the I-40 corridor back up towards the Little Rock Air Force Base. And that is moving up to the east-northeast here. So very, very damaging winds there. Just to check further south, Shreveport has been dropped from that severe warning. But now this line is going through Camden in southern Arkansas, back down into northwest Louisiana for Homer, Louisiana. And it is actually going to go right for El Dorado in south central Arkansas as well. Again, could see gusts up to 60. It looks like this line is still staying somewhat on the weaker side of things, whereas the one in Little Rock is very, very significant. I mean, that's got to have a kicking shelf cloud with it, too. That probably looks insane in real life. So, like I said, I recommend being in your safe spot here. If you're in Jacksonville, in central Arkansas, that's just barely northeast of Little Rock, Arkansas. You can see Little Rock's right there, and then there's Jacksonville. You guys are next to be hit by this line of 70 to potentially gusts up to 80 miles per hour here. Again, just looking at your radar, I don't know if it's that bad. That says 90 to 100 mile per hour velocity. Oh, geez. Yeah, I don't think it's that high in there. But we could probably see gusts up to 80 miles per hour in this severe. You could see velocities now. I mean, they are reading widespread 80 to 90 miles per hour here. You can see it. 86, 90, 86, 88, 95. So there's a good area right in here where it is reading 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. And again, that's going to go right for the Little Rock Air Force Base, as well as Jacksonville in central Arkansas. Yeah, it looks like it's moving more like this here. You're in Sherwood? Yeah, Sherwood got hit by at least 60-mile-an-hour winds. But this is really, really started to strengthen now as it's going into Jacksonville. So Jacksonville, Arkansas, Little Rock Air Force Base, just very significant damaging winds. You can see this. Oops, sorry. You can see this very sharp line. So this is your reflectivity. That means it's picking up on rain, very heavy rain here. And it's a very, very sharp line. That means you've got a lot of winds behind it that are pushing it like this and bowing it out. And that increases the damaging wind threat very significantly. We'll see if we get any reports there around the Little Rock area. I know for sure we have a mesonet over very close to the National Weather Service in Little Rock, as well as probably a mesonet over the air base that is currently being hit there. If we go to our analysis radar site here, no reports just yet. Also, new flash flood emergency for Cherokee Village, Highland, Wilford, Ravenden, and just south of Ravenden Springs here, northeastern Arkansas. Catastrophic flash flooding is ongoing, reported by emergency management. So make sure you are running to higher ground immediately if you are in this area. That is a catastrophic flash flood emergency there. Yeah, definitely a crazy bow echo here. Those winds likely gusts still up to about 80 miles per hour here. I mean, right over the radar site and just to the east of the radar site. So from about Sherwood all the way up towards the Little Rock Air Force Base. Like this area here looks like we got probably 70 to maybe even as high as 90 mile per hour winds. I don't know how accurate those velocities are. But they do say up to 80 to possibly even 90 miles per hour there. I definitely think the pixels that show like 115, I think those are big time corruption. So you're looking at widespread damaging winds in this area of 70 miles per hour with gusts potentially approaching 80. So very, very damaging squall line there. Let's go over to our broader view again. So also down the line, this is not going to weaken much, like at all. So just down the line here, this is going to go towards Forest City in Arkansas, Augusta, Brinkley, just north of Pine Bluff. You guys are all going to be hit by this exact same storm. And then in probably about 2 hours from now, it's eventually going to make its way into the Memphis, Tennessee metro. So make sure that you guys are weather aware. I want to go check something real quick. Give me just a second. Okay. Yeah, so this line should not weaken. There's actually a chance that it is strengthening. Also, with these bow echoes, they typically move faster. We're going to have to go to Radar Omega to see that. Let's see here. Moving northeast at 55. That's relatively normal. That's not too fast. We've seen bow echoes move as fast as 110 miles per hour up to the northeast, so 55 is not that bad in terms of storm mode, or rather storm speed. But you could still see a large area of 70 mile per hour wind gust here, right on the bow echo. That's going to go into Cabot now, Austin, right along the I-40 corridor still, out here in central Arkansas. Little Rock, Arkansas, you still want to be indoors, away from doors and windows. You're still getting a bunch of lightning, very heavy rain. Over the next, 30 minutes, it's going to calm down. That rain will almost completely stop there. And if you're in a flash flood prone area, or even if you're close to a creek that normally doesn't flood out here in Little Rock, pay very close attention to it. You may want to seek higher ground regardless of what flood conditions look like in your area, because we do have that flash flood emergency in place. But also take note of the lightning too, so don't go running outside, because there's definitely a lot of lightning. Plenty of lightning with that storm. You can see out further south, we also have a huge amount of lightning. These are very, very energetic thunderstorms. Very intense storms here this morning. Well, now going into this afternoon. At least here in Eastern time, we're officially past 12 o'clock. And we are about to get a new SBC outlook. I actually just remembered that. I don't think we're going to see much change to the new outlook. We could have some small expansions, but I think the risk is relatively still on par with what they're forecasting. All right, let's go back here. Connor went live entire hour and a half early. He must be very close to some storms or something. No, he is not. He is in Almira, Arkansas. So that's where our chaser Connor Croft is. He's out here east of Pine Bluff. I don't think today is a big tornado day in terms of long track strong tornadoes. It's more of a spin-up tornado threat today along the line. They just issued a new significant severe that goes all the way up to almost Batesville, Arkansas, almost Concord, Arkansas there. That includes Pleasant Plains, some quite populated areas in here inside this new severe warning. And look at that. Now it is moving northeast at 85 miles per hour. So it just sped up by 30 miles per hour in the last 30 minutes or so. So that thing is hauling, which is also going to increase its wind threat. We've got a ridiculous bow echo here. Very, very strong bow echo. Very strong bow echo making its way across this area. So Cabot, I mean, you're being hit right now by this storm. It is hauling. You're not even going to be able to outrun this thing on the interstate. See the I-57 corridor here? I believe that's a 5. Yeah, that's a 5. So I-57 corridor, even if you were on the I-57 corridor, which is exactly paralleling this storm, you most likely still wouldn't be able to outrun it. That's how fast it's going. Also, if you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all so you know when our next live stream is. We've been live for the past 4 or 5 days here for multiple hours each day. And I greatly appreciate all the support recently. You guys have helped me reach almost 100,000 people here over the last 2 or so weeks. We've almost reached 100,000 people with the word of severe weather. I wouldn't be shocked if they upgrade this to a destructive severe at some point. Maybe not now, but maybe as it intensifies further. I do want to see, let's see, so it's on this site, and I believe, I know I have it. Alright, give me a second, we're going to look for this. Okay, this right here. 69 mile per hour wind gust there. Look at that. So 69 mile an hour wind gust was recorded here over that Air Force base. It could have been even more than that. It wouldn't surprise me. That's just what it shows. Over the Little Rock radar site, that recorded a wind gust of 67. So definitely this storm is definitely possible, or rather definitely strong enough to produce at least 70 mile per hour wind gust here. Definitely very, very possible. Let's see here. Let's go back to velocities. So you can see we're still seeing, I think it has weakened a little bit since it's gotten away from the radar site, but you can see there's still gusts up to 80 with this. Most of this line, though, is getting 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with the far northern extent right in here, right in this area. That's where you could get gusts up to 80. So very intense line of damaging winds, a big old bow echo that has formed across this area. And that has turned sharply northeast. I do still think that's going to head near the Memphis metro, but you can see how sharply that has turned up to the northeast. We'll see. We'll see if it turns back down a little bit more south with time. The good news is the southern portion of this line is not nearly as intense. That should change as we get towards 4 or 5 o'clock today. We should see the southern portion of the line intensify quite a bit as well. We're going to see multiple different QLCSs today. Yeah, there's your recorded wind gust of 67. We already looked at that with the Meteor station. See if the recorded wind gust that was along that Air Force base up here comes in too, because that was at 69. We saw that. No changes to the tornado watch. If you are in this purple box, that's the tornado watch. That's where we're expecting damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour being a possibility. Also, the potential for up to 3-inch hail and a few, actually, likely quite a few spin-up tornadoes are going to happen today, embedded inside multiple different lines that will form later on this afternoon and into the evening hours. The lowest threat today is probably strong tornadoes. The strong tornado threat really depends off of how many discrete storms we can see. But we could still see a spin-up strong tornado embedded in the line as well. We don't have like a long track tornado threat today. So compared to like the last few days, today doesn't really have that very notable tornado threat. We probably got an update from the SPC, just they changed nothing, so I wasn't able to see. Let me go see if the SPC already updated. I just didn't even notice. Actually, no, the SPC is late. The SPC is actually late on their categorical risk update. I don't think that means anything. I doubt they're considering a moderate risk today. It doesn't really seem notable enough for a moderate risk, in my opinion, in the damaging wind side of things. Definitely not going to see a moderate for tornadoes. That would be absurd. Tornado threat is not that high today. Now, you could see how this bow echo formed over the last hour and a half. It really started to intensify just literally over the Little Rock area is when it started to intensify. Over and maybe just barely west of Little Rock. Maybe a little area of rotation starting up down here. Doesn't look notable right now, but definitely a little bit of velocities trying to come together here. That's near Bearden in south central Arkansas. But again, that tornado threat is not very high in the short term. I don't know when it's going to start kicking up, Cody. I have no idea when our peak tornado threat is. Most of what we're tracking here is in Arkansas, Pebbles. Most of this is in Arkansas, like this very intense line right here. This just passed northeast of Little Rock, Arkansas. But our risk area today goes all the way up into south central Pennsylvania too. You guys could see a brief spin up tornado or two up there as well. So it's a big risk area. But not everyone in this risk area is actually going to get severe weather. A lot of the times, people don't end up with severe weather under these risk areas. Even on the highest end days, sometimes you don't even get severe weather. So, it's definitely worth being weather aware, though. If you're in any of these shaded areas, level 1, level 2, and especially that level 3 enhanced risk. That's a level 1, 2, 3 out of 5. There's no moderate or high risk today, thankfully. Still dealing with likely 70-mile-per-hour winds here along this line. I do think it is weakened a little bit. I don't believe we're going to see gusts upwards of 80 with this storm in the short term here. If we did get any gust up to 80, it probably would have been very close to Jacksonville, east of Little Rock, Arkansas. About 10-15 minutes ago. A lot more people losing power out of this. Saline County in Arkansas, 20,000 without power now. Pulaski County, now 36,000. Oh, wow. Guys, we went from 25,000 people without power to 90,000 people in 30 minutes. So this line is knocking out a lot of power across central Arkansas. We increased by about 50 to 60,000 people getting additional power outages here. We just got a special MCD for wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour. Special MCD for winds up to 90 miles per hour from the Storm Prediction Center just got issued. Now we'll see. There you go. It is with this bow echo. Winds up to 90 miles per hour possible with this bow echo. Also a few tornadoes, maybe one strong. And very, very small hail. So we could see gusts potentially approaching 90 miles per hour here over the next 2 hours with this line as it travels from Little Rock all the way to Memphis. Waiting to see the actual graphic here. I get the MCDs early, so it takes about 2 minutes for that to actually come through. SPC, still no update unless they were early and I just fully missed it. I'm going to check for that. Yeah, it says there's been no update in the last hour, at least from the SPC, so there's no way they've done an update. Yeah. Still no day 1 update from the SPC. They may be considering a small moderate risk for damaging winds near Memphis because of this line. I doubt it, but you never know. Yep, look at this. Not in terms of the moderate risk, in terms of the MCD. Winds greater than 80 miles per hour possible. Look at that. Focus severe wind threat with the potential for winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. Up to 90 mile per hour winds. With this bow echo that is traveling from Little Rock, Arkansas, and eventually going to make its way all the way up to Memphis, or maybe just barely north of Memphis, Tennessee. They don't really note much of a tornado threat here. Greatest tornado threat will likely exist along the boundary where lower level vorticity will be enhanced. A tornado threat will exist south of this boundary. But it's not a very high tornado threat with this in the short term. Is that the update? That's the flood risk update for today. But still no SPC update yet. Alright, let's go ahead and go back to our regional radar. So this line still producing widespread 70-mile-per-hour winds. And it looks like it's getting significantly larger, too. It's getting a lot larger. Yeah, you can see at one point our bow echo was this large here. And now, I mean, it looks like it's this large. Like, it's really gotten larger, which may actually decrease the wind threat just slightly. That means our winds may not be very confined in a specific area, but rather spread apart. Still, I do think there's a confined area of 70 to potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds on the northern side of this line, right up here. That's going to go towards Searcy and Bald Knob in central Arkansas. Very damaging wind line there. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. It goes to support the channel a lot, especially hitting that like button and sharing the stream. That's our ultimate goal, is to reach as many people as possible with the word of severe weather today. The SPC outlook is late. We were waiting for that, but they are more than 10 minutes late now. That is quite unusual. Normally they're not that late unless they're talking about a risk upgrade. So I personally don't see it, but maybe the SPC does see a moderate risk being possible here. Like I said, if they do issue a moderate, I feel like it would be over this area here, somewhere from like southwest Tennessee down through northeast Louisiana into Mississippi. Or maybe even a little bit more south than that, where we could see 2 QLCS lines. But personally, I just don't believe it's needed today. I don't really know exactly why they're this late. Let's see here. All right. Holy crap, they pulled a moderate. Holy crap, they just pulled a moderate over the Memphis Metro. Wow. Look at that. 15 sig Tor. 15 sig Tor, 45 sig wind. They just pulled a moderate. So now a level 4 out of 5 now in place from Jackson, Tennessee, including the Memphis Metro and Forest City. 45 sig wind, 15 sig Tor. Gracious day. That is another moderate risk. So we've had a moderate risk plus like 3 days in a row now. Well, nope. Yesterday was a moderate. Today was a moderate. There you go. So 2 days in a row now for a moderate. I forgot we had Thursday. Thursday was not a moderate risk. That was an enhanced risk for that conditional warm front. But there you go. Anyways, now a moderate risk in place. So 4 out of 5 risk in place here. They were doing it, I guess. I guess that's why they were late. They were just talking about issuing a moderate risk there. And they did. Wow. Gracious day. Sorry, y'all. I'm quickly tweeting about it. Jeez. So that's a moderate risk for winds and tornadoes there. Wow. Yep, and there's that other observed report of 69-mile-per-hour winds. We were talking about that earlier. Need to read their discussion on this moderate risk. There it is. Gracious day. 45 sig wind directly over the Memphis metro. 30 sig hail still. 15 sig tor. Severe storms capable of producing extensive damaging winds, large hail, and several tornadoes are expected today. Strong tornadoes, very large hail, and severe wind gusts are all possible. A moderate risk upgrade has been introduced for this scenario, as well as the potential for discrete open warm sector development later this afternoon to its south. Wow. That's insane. So a 45 significant wind threat. That is a moderate risk 4 out of 5 for damaging winds, which we haven't seen that in a little while. I think the last one was March 14th, right? I'm pretty sure March 14th was the last 45 sig wind that we had. So it's been a little while since we've seen a 45 significant wind risk. That is just something, man. I did not see that coming from a mile away. Well, I knew it was possible, but definitely not the 15 sig tor. I did not think that. 45 sig tor, or rather, gracious day, no. 45 sig wind, you heard me debating about that at the beginning of stream, but the 45 sig wind was somewhat expected with the 15 sig tor. Just that's kind of out of nowhere. That's just crazy. 15 sig tor, 45 sig wind. I did not expect a risk upgrade for tornadoes. Jeez. Well, I guess I'm going to be here all day again. So, there's that. You guys are going to probably get sick of seeing me. That's for sure. You're probably already sick of it. I've seen you guys so much over the last 5 days. Almost all day, almost every day. For the last 4 to 5 days. Yeah, these prefrontals, I mean, I don't really see them doing much, but the SPC thinks there could indeed be a notable prefrontal threat here. So again, if you can, please hit that like button and share the stream. Now it's even more crucial now that we have a moderate risk, which means actually up to 100-mile-per-hour winds it is possible today. Up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. That's just crazy. So please make sure you are hyper weather aware in that enhanced risk and now in the moderate risk area as well. If we look here, this is still producing widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's still a very significant damaging wind threat there. Moving up to the northeast. So make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. Once again, if you are in the Searcy area, you're now about to be hit by this strong line of damaging winds, about 70 to potentially as high as 80 miles per hour could occur with this line. As it intensifies later this afternoon, we could get gusts as high as 100 miles per hour around the Memphis area. or directly centered over the Memphis area, I should say. The main moderate risk timing is 2 different lines, actually. So the timing for the moderate risk area is actually at 1 p.m., so literally in 10 minutes, all the way until the second line passes towards 7 p.m. tonight. Maybe even later than that. Storms won't be out of that moderate risk till like 9, maybe even possibly as late as 10 tonight. So very long duration event here for Memphis and surrounding areas. That's probably another reason why they upgraded to moderate too. And here is your public weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center now. Getting a little tired of seeing this. We've seen like 6 of them over the last 2 to 3 weeks here. Severe storms capable of producing damaging wind gusts, large hail, several tornadoes are expected. Widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense. This is expected. We are expecting these hazards. We are expecting widespread damaging winds, some of hurricane force, expecting several tornadoes, a few of them EF3+, and expecting scattered large hail, some 2.75 inch plus in diameter. These are your expected hazards, not possible hazards anymore. So we are expecting a very notable, now severe weather outbreak and potentially a tornado outbreak. I'd almost say a tornado outbreak is likely now today, considering that significant upgrade to a 45 sig wind and a 15 sig torr. So the primary risk area for strong tornadoes may be, I don't think we'll see long tracked. Moderate does typically mean long tracked, but I don't think we're going to see that today. But yeah, this is your primary area right here. So it's centered from just east of Jonesboro all the way back into nearly the Nashville metro. It does seem like CSU just upgraded to high risk for tornadoes as well as a 45 sig wind. And CSU's high risk placement is a little bit south of where the SPC's moderate risk is. I won't show you the CSU because that's not an official outlook. That takes model run data and gives you a probability based off of it. So I don't want to show you that because CSU has been wrong multiple times. It is just it's still another tool, though. You know, that's another tool under our belt that we can use to try to pinpoint the greatest risk today. I mean, just this area was under a high risk literally like 3 days ago. And now you're under a moderate risk. And I wonder if there's an area here like Forest City or Cherry Valley that has been under a high risk and then both moderate risks, both yesterday and today. I wonder if someone's been under all 3 of the highest risks recently. I wonder if I could figure that out real quick. Imagine being under all 3 of the highest risks over the course of 3 days. Or 4 days. Okay. High risk right there. Yeah. Cherry Valley, like this little area, has been under a high risk, moderate risk, enhanced risk, moderate risk. That's insane. Dude. In a 4-day time frame. 4 days. High risk day 1. enhanced risk day 2, moderate risk day 3, and now another moderate risk in one single town. That is crazy. That is just crazy. Yep, I'm right. I'm definitely right. That little corner. Let me get rid of the radar. Yeah, this little corner here. That area has been under a high risk, enhanced, moderate, moderate. That's just insane. All in a row, by the way. 4 days in a row. A new large considerable severe has just been issued here for 70-mile-per-hour winds all the way from north of Newport in Arkansas all the way back down to Brinkley and Clarendon in Arkansas. We will have to start using the Memphis radar site for this storm soon, too. Still, for about the next hour, though, we're going to be using the Little Rock radar. So if you are in the moderate risk area, the time to prepare is right now. Do not wait. We just got a tornado watch recently, and now we got an upgrade to a moderate risk for tornadoes. So just make sure you are prepared now for the potential of a few tornadoes, some intense to potentially isolated long track tornado. As well as damaging winds as high as 100 miles per hour. 90 to 100 mile per hour winds will be possible today around the Memphis area. It's not a very favorable environment for strong tornadoes today, which is why I'm quite surprised with the 15 SIG. I wonder if our chaser Connor Croft is aware of the upgrade to moderate. I'm sure he is. Let's see. Yep. He's going to Memphis now. Yep. He's aware of it. Personally, I would target probably like Oxford, Mississippi. But the prefrontal threat is so uncertain. I'm very shocked they have upgraded the risk. But apparently, according to the HRRR, it's still sticking with it. That these storms are going to become tornado producers here in about an hour, hour and a half. So we'll need to monitor that and keep a very close eye on that prefrontal threat. But once again, if you're just tuning in, the SPC is just upgraded to a level 4 out of 5 for damaging winds as much as 100 miles per hour, as well as the possibility for multiple intense tornadoes of EF3 plus that are expected. We could even see an isolated long-tracked tornado today. The main risk will be dead centered over the Memphis metro, but does extend all the way down into Tupelo, Mississippi. So this entire area, this entire area here needs to be hyper weather aware, as we could see a few intense tornadoes there, right there. I'll draw it out perfectly for you here. This northern side, right in this area, has the highest chance for a couple strong to intense tornadoes that are expected, as well as possibly a long track tornado. Also, let's not forget the 4 days straight they've been under a high risk for flash flooding too. I mean, this has been probably one of the most prolific severe weather stretches that we've seen since probably 2016, or who knows, maybe even before that. It has been a very, very prolific severe stretch. Just these 5 days alone. These 4 to 5 days alone. Well, actually, no, that's a good point. Maybe since March 2019. But did March 2019 target a single state? Because this area right here has just been fully targeted by this severe threat over the last 4 to 5 days. I don't know if that severe stretch in May targeted like multiple different areas, but like this area here, they've been under 4 different high risks for flash flooding. One region here where my cursor has been under a high risk, then enhanced moderate 4 days in a row. We've had multiple flash flood emergencies over the last 5 days. So, I mean, it's just been insane. It does look like that southern line may be strengthening a little bit now. It's looking a little bit stronger. The tornado threat with that, though, has decreased on the southern end. So that's good news. There is a Tor possible severe in El Dorado. So we'll keep an eye on that. But if you are anywhere from just north of Pine Bluff all the way down towards almost El Dorado, Arkansas, mainly damaging winds, the tornado threat is near zero with this line at this point. But as we get further into the day, daytime heating continues over that moderate risk and enhanced risk area. Further to your east, we'll probably start seeing a lot more tornadic activity around the Memphis area. I'm also thinking a little bit south of Memphis as well. If we look at that 15 significant risk, you can see that is over Memphis pointing south. So that is your greatest threat for strong tornadoes in the red area. That is where a few intense tornadoes, potentially a long tracked one or two, are possible there. We're expecting multiple tornadoes today. So please make sure you are hyper weather aware. Is this very notable event? Very notable event. I mean, we've already seen that significant damaging wind line there of 70 to 80 miles per hour, and we're just going to continue to see it increase with time here. Definitely wasn't expecting that 15 sig Tor there. I mean, I'm still a little surprised by that. Still a little surprised by that. So we'll keep an eye out on prefrontals. That's what we need to watch very closely. Any storms in front of the line that try to produce tornadoes. I'm not extremely confident in it, like the SPC, to be honest with you. I wonder if WOFIS is going to come in for today. I wonder if it's going to render in. Let's see. I want WOFIS real-time viewer, not archived. There we go. Yep. WOFIS is rendering in now. Sure is. It just started rendering right now. So another day with WOFIS. SIG means significant. So significant damaging winds, that is 70 plus mile per hour winds. Significant hail is 1.75 inch hail plus. Significant tornadoes are EF2 plus tornadoes. So we are getting WOFIS in, which if you don't know what that is, it's a high resolution forecast model run that is only run on high-end days like moderate risks and high risks for severe weather. And we do have a moderate risk now, which is why they are now rendering that in. The HRRR doesn't have that many prefrontals. I mean, it only has like 1 to 2 prefrontals being an issue, and that's it. Main tornado threat should be from about 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. if we're talking about the prefrontal threat. And the main damaging wind threat will be from about 3 to 5. So from what I can tell, we're expecting this line down here to intensify quite quickly. And that's going to be what intensifies and moves into the moderate risk zone for damaging winds. This thing is definitely speeding up. How fast is it moving? Is it still at 85? It's actually at 65 now. So it actually has slowed down a little bit on those newest scans. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. I know I say it frequently, but thankfully that's because we don't have much tornadic activity to track right now. Once that happens, I stop saying that. Also, hit that like button and share the stream. It helps get the word out about severe weather, and helps more people become weather aware. Power outages are now up to over 115,000 across the state of Arkansas. They have like quadrupled over the last hour. Very, very notable increase in power outages there. Yeah, Wofus is not very confident on prefrontal cells either. But this is pretty early. We'll wait until it goes a little bit further. It's going to go all the way till 4 p.m., so we'll be able to see a lot more of the Wofus run and its forecast there. Netocast is probably overdoing it a bit, but CSU also has high risk. CSU just introduced a high risk on their newest update. Also, the SPC did just update tomorrow's outlook for severe weather. They've maintained a slight risk for severe weather, decent-sized 5% tornado risk, and a decent-sized 15% wind risk. So they're not thinking that the wind threat in the morning hours will be that big of an issue for tomorrow morning. Man, what a crazy upgrade. No wonder why it took them so long to issue that outlook. They were debating going moderate, and then they actually did. New severe for 70-mile-per-hour winds just got issued. Another new one, also tore possible. Yeah, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. Forest City, Harrisburg, Wayne. Let's see, Sardis, Mississippi. Make sure you're hyper-weather aware. You're in the greatest risk for severe weather. Main threat is the potential for a few strong tornadoes, and also could see damaging winds near 90 to 100 miles per hour. I don't know exactly where that greatest wind threat will set up. It's going to set up somewhere in the moderate risk area, which you are in. So somewhere in here, we should see gusts up to 90 to 100 miles per hour there. Let's see here. Considerable severe for hail? Where? I don't think you're talking about now. There's 2 for wind up here in Arkansas for this line here that's moving up to the northeast. No, these are both for wind. They're both wind. So there's your line still. We're getting far from the radar site, so now it looks messy, doesn't it? It looks very, very messy for velocity signatures there. So it doesn't look as organized, but it is still organized there. From northeastern Arkansas, going back up into Tennessee. So again, if I go and show you this risk, we do have a moderate risk for severe weather. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado possible. Yeah, that's quarter size tail. That's quarter size tail, deviate. The significant threat is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. But yeah, there's your moderate risk for severe weather. Level 4 out of 5. So Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, Lexington, Tennessee, Corinth, Mississippi, New Albany, Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, Clarksdale, Mississippi, Forest City, Arkansas, Marion, Arkansas, all inside a moderate risk level 4 out of 5 for severe weather now. If we look at your specific probabilities, the SPC is actually very confident in 80 to 100 mile per hour winds being possible in this pink hatched area. So that is a very significant threat for damaging winds. And unfortunately, that is directly over Memphis. So very, very, very notable wind threat there. The tornado threat is a little bit offset, a little bit south, but still includes the entire metro of Memphis. That 15 sig tornado risk goes all the way into Tupelo, Mississippi there. So very large 15 sig tor in that area as well. Large hail is an issue further south. It looks like that large hail threat will really develop towards 4 to 5 p.m. in Louisiana. So we'll need to keep an eye on that as well. Let's go see WOFUS really quick. Yeah, right now WOFUS really doesn't have much happening. But it's only at the first few hour or so of the event, so we'll see what it has after that, once it really starts rendering in further. Take a look at your MRMS. You can see there's definitely some showers and thunderstorms here that are forming over Mississippi, eastern Arkansas. Really, the ones in Mississippi are going to be the ones to keep an eye on. To see if these can become prefrontals and potentially decently high-end tornado threats as they move northward. So just make sure, once again, make sure you are really weather aware, hyper weather aware out there. If you are in any of the risk areas. Whether that be the enhanced risk area or the moderate risk area or even the slight risk area, just make sure you are weather aware. Very significant damaging wind threat today. Shreveport, a lot of uncertainty on exactly what's going to happen down there. You are in a tornado watch. There should be the chance for more thunderstorms to develop towards 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central, so about an hour and a half or so from now. But there's uncertainty on exactly where they will develop. They may develop just off to your east or right over Shreveport. I would definitely be weather aware. Tornado threat is present down there for sure, an all hazards threat. According to the SPC, they're thinking storms will fire off just a little bit off to the east of Shreveport. In about, like I said, about an hour and a half or so from now. Clarksville, Tennessee. You are barely outside of the primary risk for severe weather. You are on the edge of it. The main threat will be damaging winds up to about 75, 80 miles per hour, some large hail up to about 1.5 or 2 in diameter, and a few spin-up tornadoes all possible. And I'm assuming you're saying Clarksville, Tennessee. Let's go ahead and check where our warm front is real quick. So you can see your cold front is back in here. And your warm front, well, your cold front is more of like right in here. And then your warm front spreads across this area. So that definitely favors the corridor of strong tornadoes and significant damaging winds like right in this area here, environment-wise. Environment-wise, that's where it's really focused at according to current observations. I'm still a little unsure on the moderate risk for tornadoes. I'm not very confident in that. But I mean, all it takes is one single supercell to really get going in Mississippi, and then we could have a long-tracked, strong tornado. But I just don't find that being a very real possibility there, even though the SPC thinks it is. I mean, the HRRR has like no prefrontals, and WOFIS barely has any prefrontals either, so. Let me read their discussion again. Moderate risk has been introduced for this scenario, as well as the potential for semi-discrete supercells in the open warm sector. Let's see. This MCS should continue to favor a zone of near imminently north of effective boundary, roughly parallel to the I-40 corridor, likely taking it into western Tennessee this afternoon, potentially near the Memphis metro area. And moderate risk was introduced, we know that. The front will become more southeastward progressive later this evening and tonight across portions of southeastern Texas, southern Arkansas, and Louisiana. Overall, some tornadoes are expected in a regional area, a few of which could be strong aside from the damaging wind and hail threat. So there you go. Some embedded tornado threat embedded with that Boeing segment across Tennessee, northern Mississippi. I just don't see a big open warm sector supercell threat. That's my opinion. Which compared to the SPC's opinion is, that's what goes. What they say goes, because they're the officials there. But I'm just not personally in complete agreement with the 15 sig tor today. Even though CSU also has a high risk, and then same with NATOcast. But NATOcast and CSU have overdone probabilities often. All right, let's go to the actually, let's go and open the Memphis radar site here. I want to open the Memphis radar site. So your damaging MCS is getting pretty close to far east central Arkansas here. So we're starting to be able to see it on the Memphis radar site. So there's your big old MCS there, moving to the northeast just like this. So it should track right through Memphis in Tennessee, and as well as Jonesboro, Arkansas. If we actually could put a track on that. What do they say it's moving at now? This is our newest update, 45 miles per hour northeast here. Let's just look at the storm motion here. So it looks like it's going from way up here this way. And it's moving at 45 miles per hour. So that puts almost 500,000 people in the direct path of this storm in about the next 2.5 hours here. And that includes Memphis and Jonesboro, Arkansas. That's just the general pathing. This storm could easily start to shift a little bit more south as the cold front is directly on it. So it could definitely try to shift a little bit more south. But that's the list right now. So Newport in Arkansas, about 15 minutes. Sulphur Rock, Arkansas, about 32 minutes. Some of these areas are going to turn into Tennessee. I don't know where that is. I think Lake City, that's definitely in Arkansas. That's a very recognizable name. And it's going to hit you guys in about 67 minutes. Western Memphis in about an hour and 10 to 20 minutes or so. Brighton, Tennessee, most likely. I don't know if that is in Tennessee. Brighton somewhere. Somewhere in here. Somewhere in here is Brighton. I don't know if it's Missouri, Arkansas, or Tennessee. But that's in about 2 hours there. And that's where we have the most likely chance for, right in here again, for 70 plus mile per hour winds. Also, some storms starting to fire. Jeez, what did I just do there? And we now have a tornado warning. That is going to send us into coverage mode. Get ready for a beep. My volume might be down because I didn't even... Okay, nope, it's there.
Tornado warning for southeastern Poinsett County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, Cross County in eastern Arkansas, Crittenden, Cross, and Poinsett County in Arkansas.
Well, before I started the stream, I updated the threat level to a 3 out of 5, and then they upgraded it during stream, so... I had to go ahead and fix that real quick, but there you go. Now a tornado warning in place here. Going towards Cherry Valley, Wine, Parkin, Early, Marked Tree, Turl, in east central, actually northeastern Arkansas. Northeastern Arkansas, tornado warning in place for the next 37 minutes. Radar indicated tornado warning. That is the first warning of this live stream and the first tornado warning in about 2.5 hours. So your tornado threat is now starting to pick up just a bit along that MCS line there. Something that is interesting is there's actually a portion of this line that is now sub-severe. So Pine Bluff, Arkansas, you're no longer even in a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's a part of this line that is weakened below severe limits. But let's go over to the Memphis radar site again. I don't see a whole lot of rotation with that, but it is far from the radar, which could be the case of why there. So just make sure that you are in your safe spot now. If you're in this tornado warning, Cherry Valley, Vandale, Wine, northeastern Arkansas, make sure you are in your safe spot. If you don't know where your safe spot is, typically it is a basement or a storm shelter. If you have neither one of those, it is the most interior room of your home, away from all doors and windows, which is most likely a bathroom or closet. Remember, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground, so you need to take those tornado warnings today and every tornado warning very seriously. Hard to say how much of this is rotating, but we definitely have a very strong line of 70-mile-per-hour winds there. Gust potentially up to 80 in some spots along this line. And then we have that tornado warning there in the red. Which again includes a marked tree in east central Arkansas. That includes... Oh, and here comes another tornado warning. Look at that. Another tornado warning now along this line near Forest City.
Tornado warning for northwestern St. Francis County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, southern Cross County in eastern Arkansas, Crittenden, Cross, and St. Francis County in Arkansas.
So there you go. A new warning. So make sure you're also in your safe spot. That includes much of the same areas. Perkin, Wayne, and Early, you are in 2 tornado warnings for 2 tornadic storms. So 2 tornado warnings along that Boeing segment here. Let's go to the Memphis radar. This is really in the perfect radar hole right now. This is the biggest radar hole we have probably for this bow echo in the short term here, because your Little Rock radar site, that good beam reaches to, let me actually just do a measurement here. So that blue beam is the good beam of the Little Rock radar site. And then if we go to the Memphis radar site, that blue beam is the good beam of the Memphis radar site. So we're in this little tiny radar hole right in here where this storm is now starting to go tornadic. Just the smallest little radar hole. We won't be in this for much more than like 30 minutes. And then we're going to have, of course, the Memphis radar to pay very close attention to here. Let's see. Is that Diaz, Arkansas or something? Yeah, that is where we could see a spin-up tornado as well. But I've been mentioning that ever since it started to form near Benton, which was southwest of Little Rock. It hasn't tried to spin up since then or tried to do much. So hopefully that stays the case where it's not much of a tornado issue there. Now there is almost 120,000 people without power. When we started the stream, there was about 25 to 28,000 people without power. So over the last about 2 hours or so, we've seen nearly 100,000 people lose power in the state of Arkansas. And now there's going to start being power outages here in about an hour for Tennessee as this line approaches western Tennessee. So if you do live in western Tennessee, make sure you get your devices charged, weather radios plugged in, has new batteries, as we'll probably start to see some people begin to lose power here as this line moves into Tennessee in about an hour, hour and a half or so. So make sure you are ready for that quite damaging bow echo. And that's really the only area we're watching, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, the southern risk, I mean, it's just a possible severe 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's not much. Still worth being indoors away from doors and windows, though, if you're in El Dorado in Arkansas. But just our primary threat is with this singular bow echo here. From Newport all the way back down towards east of Pine Bluff. A new significant severe just got issued here for Walnut Ridge and Newport in northeastern Arkansas. So make sure you guys are indoors away from doors and windows there. Let's go back to radar again. So we're just monitoring these little indents in the line here. They're really not that notable. They're really not something I'm very concerned of at the moment. We'll just keep watching them just in case they try to spin up tornadoes here. Both of them are tornado warned. Both of them are tornado warned. So make sure you are in your safe spot there. That area being Parkin, Early, Wayne, northeastern Arkansas. So make sure you guys are in your safe spot. Remember, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even ongoing. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that little bowing part right here. I really don't think there's a lot of spin here. This is very outflow dominant, so I'm a little surprised we have. Let's see. A little surprised they have the 2 tornado warnings here. Mute that. Yeah, the good news is after today, tomorrow looks like a lower end threat for all hazards, so it probably won't require a live stream. I'll still monitor it, and we may go live if need be. But I definitely won't be able to go live in the morning like what I did this morning at like 11:50, or rather 11:30 we were live. I won't be able to stream that early. So if we do need to stream tomorrow, it would likely be in the afternoon to evening. And after tomorrow, I mean, Monday is a very low-end risk for any hazards, and it's a very coastal risk too. So no notable days for severe weather after today. Probably for almost the next week, maybe even longer than that. We're going to get a good high pressure to build in. Probably on, let's see here, probably on Monday, like Monday morning, tomorrow night, we'll get that high pressure to move in. And then we do have to start watching for severe weather after April 14th, but I mean, that's almost 10 days away. Still, large severe warning here. Multiple severes in this area for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, if you are anywhere in this region, all the way from Corning in extreme northeast Arkansas, all the way back down to Newark, Newport, and as far south as just south of Forest City, make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. And if you're in these red polygons, Marked Tree, Wayne, barely north of Forest City in east central Arkansas, make sure you are also in your safe spot. You can see here there's not really any good velocities here. It's really just red and green are close to each other. But I don't see any very concerning areas of rotation along this these 2 tornado warnings here. I don't see any very concerning areas of rotation there. New tornado watch was just issued. Let's go check that out. You'll see that pop up here shortly. This tornado watch is going to include over 7 million people. This includes the metro of Houston, Texas, Port Arthur, Texas, into Fort Polk in southwestern Louisiana. It also includes Lake Jackson, as well as Jasper, Texas. So a decent tornado watch just issued there.
Eastern Craighead County in eastern Arkansas, Poinsett County in eastern Arkansas, Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Cross County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Tipton County in West Tennessee, southwestern Lauderdale County in West Tennessee, Craighead, Cross, Mississippi, and Poinsett County in Arkansas, and Tipton County in Tennessee.
I muted it too early. But there's a new tornado warning. That is a bit more tornadic. That is an area that I am watching a little bit more. I do agree with that new tornado warning. That's a little bit more needed there because it's in a little indent. We've talked about this in previous streams. You see that little indent right there? That allows for inflow to go up and around the storm. And then that outflow from the dominant outflow line here increases rotation. So you have winds here because of this little indent. And then you have winds coming from the west pushing along the line, which is giving it that bowing shape. So you end up with an area of rotation wherever that indent is. So that is a good tornado warning there. That could potentially spin up a tornado as it goes up towards Greenfield in northeastern Arkansas. So definitely make sure you're in your safe spot there. Definitely a little bit more of a concerning area of rotation there. Almost 45,000 people in that new tornado warning. There's your new tornado watch that just got issued out here. Again, includes the metro of Houston, Livingston, Beaumont, Jasper in Texas, as well as one county north of Lake Charles in southwestern Louisiana. So new tornado watch just issued there. My guess on the probabilities is 50-30. Dang it, 50-20. So there's a 50% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 20% chance one of those is significant of EF2+. Main threat with this, though, is going to be hail. 50% chance we get 10 or more events of 1-inch in diameter hail. So hail is the biggest issue in this new tornado watch. We went moderate risk at 1630Z. That was an hour and 4 minutes ago. Actually, the outlook was late. Their outlook was actually late, so they actually issued the moderate risk at... let's see here. They actually issued the moderate risk at 1240. They were a good 10 minutes late. There we go. Yeah, today's uptrended a lot in damaging winds, but I'm unsure about the tornado threat. I still think that's relatively the same, even though they went 15 sig Tor. I don't have a lot of confidence in prefrontals today. But the SPC did, so they introduced a moderate risk for tornadoes too. I mean, WOFUS runs are all over the place on how many prefrontals fire. Some of them don't even have prefrontals, but tornado threat will definitely start to increase quite quickly as we get towards 3 o'clock when those prefrontals should really be ongoing. So far, no prefrontals have established themselves, so that's good. So we're monitoring these active tornado warnings here. If you're just now tuning in, we've got 3 tornado warnings, as well as multiple significant severes, which means 70+ mile per hour winds possible in Arkansas. And you can see all these yellow here. This is all in a severe warning, this whole area. Now that southern one is a new warning. So if you are in West Helena in east central Arkansas, that's actually a new severe warning for 60 mile an hour winds, not 70. But everything north of that severe is a warning for 70 mile an hour winds. And then you can see the 3 tornado warnings in effect here all over east central Arkansas, just south of Jonesboro, Arkansas. The one I'm most concerned of is this one here over Waldenburg, northeastern Arkansas is the one I'm most concerned of. Peak tornado threat should be at 3. But again, it all comes down to when prefrontals fire and how many. which I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know how that's going to look. We could end up with a bunch of prefrontals and have a big tornado threat today, or we could end up with literally 0 prefrontals and barely deal with much of a tornado threat outside of the line. So, Memphis, this is getting pretty close to you. Memphis, you have probably about, I'd say, 40 to an hour, 40 minutes to an hour before this storm gets to you. Potentially not even that long. So the Memphis Metro here in Tennessee needs to prepare. Very intense bow echo. Still moving off to the northeast here. I do think the absolute strongest portion of this storm is going to go barely north of Memphis. But Memphis, you are at least going to get some damaging winds out of this. So you can see we are getting an area of rotation. Really starting to spin up here. Red is winds going away from the Memphis radar. Green and blues here are winds going towards the Memphis radar. And that allows for us to see a little area of rotation that's trying to spark up here just to the west of Harrisburg in northeastern Arkansas. It's not very strong, but it is something to keep an eye on. The winds around it are pretty strong, hence why we have a warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. But the velocities aren't very gate to gate here. And the ones that are gate to gate are weak. So right here, this is about 40-mile-an-hour rotation, which is definitely on the weaker side. So again, still 3 tornado warnings in place. All of these, I believe, expire in 34 minutes. Actually, it looks like this one here for Cherry Valley expires in 19 minutes. The one for Perkin and Early expires in 33 minutes. And then the one we just got also expires in 33 minutes. So only one of these expires in 18 minutes. The other two in 33. Let's see. Which severe is that? Yep. This storm system is moving over areas already impacted earlier this week. That's the northern severe, which is, look at that. There you go. Very, very familiar name right there. There's the Lake City area. So that's why they denoted that text there. A lot of these areas have been impacted quite significantly over the last 2 weeks or so. And also over like the last 4 days as well. It's been crazy for Arkansas, man. Which is what we expected. That's what I had in my tornado season forecast video earlier this year. In every single month, Arkansas was in the highest threat. But man, I think Arkansas's already hit my forecast. I forgot exactly what I was forecasting, but it was around like 70 tornadoes. I wouldn't be surprised if Arkansas has already hit that this year. Even though we're only a month and 5 days into tornado season, it wouldn't surprise me if Arkansas has already had almost 70 tornadoes. Or at least around Arkansas. Let's see here. Tornado warning still continues for Perkin until 1:15 local time. That's Central Time. That includes over 16,500 people. Again, the main one I'm watching here is on the north side, up here towards Harrisburg. But that indent is now starting to fall apart. If we look, see your indent was a lot more notable here. Now if we go to the current frame, it's still there, It is still there. You can still see it, but it's the rotation's not as strong anymore. Also, a report of 70-mile-an-hour winds here in Fisher, Arkansas, by the public. And that was associated with this line of damaging winds. You can see here, velocities indicated that there was about 70-mile-an-hour winds here over Fisher. So, yeah, that report seems very much valid. And now you can see how on the last 3 to 4 frames, that has indeed started to weaken. So we were almost double the normal tornado count. We are almost double the normal tornado count for this year. At this time, one of the only years comparable to this year is 2023. And if you remember, it seems like the same case. If you remember, 2023 was very active in March and early April. And then after that, we had a big time Omega block that just really canceled much of the rest of the season. I mean, I'm sure in 2023, if you tracked it, you don't remember much outside of the March 31st tornado outbreak. And that's because of an Omega block. That looks to be the same case here in 2025 as well. We should get an Omega block in the middle of April, which is coming up very, very shortly. In like literally probably 5 days or so, we're going to get a really good high pressure that may turn into an Omega block and stop severe weather for about a week or so. And then it doesn't look very active for the end of April right now. It looks extremely below average. We'll see if that continues on the model runs. But at the moment, it looks like the end of April, almost the rest of April, looks extremely inactive. But I'm sure at some point, probably towards the end of April, we're going to be dealing with another big system. May will likely feature a high pressure and a below average season as well. Especially for May in the plains. So I think overall, I think May could be average. Maybe slightly below average in terms of tornado count. But here's the thing. I'm a little intrigued because April really wasn't supposed to have a big time high pressure. So I am wondering if that could increase the tornado threat in May. Say we're experiencing the inactive phase here in the middle of April, and then maybe through the end of April as well, and then maybe that increases the threat for overall severe weather in May. It depends how high that high pressure lasts there. Depends how long the high pressure lasts, is what I was trying to say. Hurricane season looks to be slightly above average. That looks to be slightly above average this year. We're still at 3 tornado warnings. 2 of those are for 27 minutes, and one of those is for 12 minutes. A lot of these severe still for 70-mile-an-hour winds, with the exception of this one here, which is a possible 60-mile-an-hour severe for Helena, West Helena in northeastern Arkansas. We do still also have a severe back here, but it looks like that's going to be canceled in 12 minutes and allowed to expire there. And probably not extended. If they were to issue a severe here, they probably would have already done it. And then we do have a random severe in Texas for 1-inch hail and around 50-mile-an-hour winds for the next 11 minutes. Also going to keep an eye on this little prefrontal here. I don't think it's going to be able to do much, but we'll still watch it. We are now entering the moderate risk area outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. You can see here. We are now well into the moderate risk threat for severe weather on the northern side here. And keep in mind, there will be potentially multiple rounds of severe weather today. Some areas could experience as much as 3 to 4 different rounds of storms. So definitely want to pay very, very close attention to the weather here. I think Memphis will be done with severe weather around 4 o'clock tonight. Or 4 o'clock this evening. This line is moving well ahead of schedule, might I add. This line is like 2 hours faster than what was forecasted. I don't know if that's going to make any huge difference or not. People are starting to lose power in western Tennessee. Already Lauderdale County. Already 96 people without power. That's likely going to go up into the thousands here as this line approaches. What are the odds this will be a derecho? Not very high. I kind of think it's a little too small to be considered a derecho, but I don't know. That is a good point. I see you later, Deviate. It went severe over Texarkana. And it's definitely been significant enough. That is a good point. Ben, I believe it has to be 50 miles long throughout its entire lifespan. I think we've hit that. So your severes have to stretch 50 miles. And I think we've kept that ever since these severes here in the Texarkana. And I mean, at one point, they were like 150 miles long. From central Arkansas down to north central Louisiana, they were like 100, 150 long here. So there's a chance it gets classified as a derecho, but I'm not too sure. Either way, its impact is going to be very, very high end. Its impact has already been quite significant. Whether or not it gets classified as a derecho is just up to the criteria of the National Weather Service and the SPC. But regardless of if it gets qualified as a derecho or not, it's been an impactful MCS. Yep, it's going to be pretty inactive. I'm trying to refrain from using the Q word because I don't want to upset Mother Nature. I'm trying to refrain from using the Q word for next week's inactive pattern. Starting on Tuesday, all the way from Tuesday till just a very long time, we will be inactive. Tuesday, probably all the way till like Sunday or Monday, or maybe even longer than that. Then there is no significant severe threat in sight. There may be some lower end severe threats towards the dead center middle of April, like towards the 15th. But there's no significant big bowling ball troughs, negatively tilted, highly amplified troughs that are going to cause very significant severe weather like we've seen over the last 5 days. That may change towards the end of April, though. There's a lot of uncertainty, obviously, on what's going to happen at the end of the month. It's very, very far away. Pete, you got to watch the Xfinity series for me, dude. I need somebody to watch the race. It starts at 3:30. Yeah, the HRRR not doing so hot. Here's what it thinks the radar looks like. With semi-discrete to clustered storms up north and a little line down here. And here's what it actually looks like. Not doing too well, HRRR. Not doing too well today. Yeah, that rotation has stayed extremely broad and not tightened up at all near Collierville. Let's see here. Get rid of the SPC outlook. Still a Tor possible severe there for what, 6 minutes did that say? 5 minutes now. They did cancel that severe out here for Wills Point, Texas, so that's good. That has been canceled. They fully canceled it. It was not allowed to expire. They actually canceled the warning. Still watching for rotation. You can see there's still a large area where there's winds going away from. Lord have mercy, that kind of jump scared
Warning
me.
for South Central Greene County in eastern Arkansas, Craighead County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Poinsett County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, Craighead, Greene, Mississippi, and Poinsett County in Arkansas.
So there you go. There's your new tornado warning. Honestly, don't know which one that was. Get back over here. Oh, that's for Jonesboro. Well, I gotta mention it. Queso's in that. There's Queso right there. So he's inside a tornado warning. Hopefully he's up. I know for sure he's not streaming, but he is indeed in a tornado warning for like the freaking 5th time this week. Lost power twice yesterday. He lost power twice yesterday, but the first time it came back on in like 5 minutes. And then the second time it shut down his whole stream. And then a few days ago, it put him out for a whole like 16 hours he was out without power. And here he goes again. 70-mile-an-hour winds, tornado warning, and 1-inch hail going right for him. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Jonesboro. The area of rotation we're keeping an eye on is a few regions. There's a few regions. There's some up in here and then back down in this area. Queso lives in Goobertown. Right there. Northeast of Jonesboro. And I can't even tell you how many tornado warnings he's been in the past like 3 weeks. I mean, it's been so many. So we're going to keep watching these areas of rotation here going up towards Jonesboro. Make sure you're in your safe spot. I don't see any strong areas, but I do see some areas that could drop a tornado imminently. So definitely worth seeking shelter here. Definitely want to be in your safe spot. I have a feeling if Queso's in this tornado, he is in the tornado one, but I have a feeling if he's up, he's probably on his porch looking for a tornado. I just have a feeling that's what he would do. Hopefully he's seeking shelter, but I mean, he lives in a trailer. So a mobile home is what it's called, not a trailer. He lives in a mobile home, so it doesn't have the best, safe spot. But you could still go to the interior room of your mobile home. Just, mobile homes are not very sturdy. They're not very sturdy at all. If I lived in a mobile home, I would personally try to get a above ground or underground storm shelter, whichever one's available. Because, man, I mean, even the weaker tornadoes can sometimes fully destroy mobile homes. They're not very strong and built sturdy, so just make sure you're in your safe spot along this area. All these tornado warnings. Here comes another
Tornado
one.
warning for southeastern Craighead County in eastern Arkansas, Poinsett County in eastern Arkansas, Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Cross County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Tipton County in West Tennessee, southwestern Lauderdale County in West Tennessee, Craighead, Cross, Mississippi, and Poinsett County in Arkansas,
And
Lauderdale, and Tipton County in Tennessee.
I'm not trying to say mobile homes will be like potentially destroyed from weaker tornadoes to scare you. It's just a fact. It really is. Matter of fact, I swear. Yes. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. Yes, right there. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. They are not sturdy to survive really anything above like, I'd say like 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Like 70-mile-an-hour winds, man, they can do some significant damage, potentially even destroying mobile homes. So I don't mean to scare you by saying that if you live in a mobile home, but unfortunately it is just true. If you live in a mobile home, I highly recommend you get a storm shelter, even if you live out in, say, like Nebraska, you never get tornadoes or something, you've never been in a warning. I still recommend getting a storm shelter if you can. And this house, our house is, it's not too well built, the home I live in right now, but we do have a basement with concrete under the stairs. So it's a pretty good safe spot. And we live in the mountains, so tornadoes aren't too common. But guess what? I'm in the mountains, and I've been under like 3, 4 tornado warnings in the last year out here. So it doesn't really matter where you live, tornadoes could still get to you. They're just a lot more common in traditional Tornado Alley. You know, in like this area, they're a lot more common in here. That's where tornadoes are a lot more common. Jeez.
Tornado warning
I need to
for
turn down my volume.
Northern Union Parish in north central Louisiana.
Uh-oh.
Union County in Louisiana.
Well, that's not good. Okay, that's way down here. Thankfully, not a discrete storm, so that's the good news. It isn't an embedded storm. I was hoping that would not be discrete. But first tornado warning of the day out here for Louisiana. I don't think Louisiana's been in a tornado warning today. And there's multiple little areas of rotation here. You can see them all. Like 1, 2, 3 areas of rotation in this little cluster. Very, very weak rotation, but still worth being in your safe spot for, as you are under a tornado warning. So please be in your safe spot. Marion, north of Farmersville in north central Louisiana. Very weak. Very, very weak rotation. But again, still be in your safe spot. Definitely be in your safe spot there. The 2 areas of rotation I'm watching the closest for a tornado is this one here near Jonesboro, and this one here south of Bay. Both of those could ramp up quickly if they get any type of strength, more strength to them, more inflow, or just generally try to strengthen. They could definitely try to ramp up quickly here. So we're going to keep an eye on both of those areas. Discrete storms are somewhat expected. They're very, very much possible today, but I just don't see it personally. I mean, you can see them. They're down here, but they're not maturing very well. The SPC thinks these will become big-time tornado issues here near like 3, 4 o'clock. I'm just not too sure of that personally. Yeah, Little Rock is clear from this event, but you're still getting a lot of lightning and heavy rain if you are in Little Rock. You're still under a flash flood emergency, producing catastrophic damage. So you need to be seeking higher ground immediately, especially in a flash flood prone area. But even if you're not in a flash flood prone area and you're in Little Rock, you probably want to be seeking higher shelter there, higher ground. Even if you're not in a flood-prone region, you could still see potentially catastrophic flooding there. Areas that don't normally flood could definitely flood. I don't see it verifying either, Rockets. I'm on par with you on that. Personally, I think a very large 10 sig was the call. You can see this is their significant risk here. I think this was a good call, but I don't personally really agree with the 15 sig up here. We'll see if I end up being dead wrong. But it's just not something I really agree with there. We're definitely I mean, actually, at the moment, at the moment, our tornado warnings are north of the 15 sig. So even embedded in the QLCS here slash MCS, um, there's still not a single warning in that moderate risk area. But that is supposed to change. Between 3 and 4, we should see more activity up here. But even in these discrete storms that are way down here, by the time they get up to that moderate risk area, they may just be able to merge with the line and not become much of an issue. Okay, that area is getting a little bit tighter now near Marked Tree. We'll keep an eye on that Marked Tree in northeast Arkansas. If you are in Jonesboro, Brooklyn, Lake City, Black Oak, Manette, Leachville, that's very close. All those are close to Jonesboro, Arkansas, and including Jonesboro, Arkansas. Make sure you are in your safe spot. There's not a very strong area of rotation, which is good, really, really good news. However, it's still you're still in a tornado warning, so you need to be seeking shelter. So still seek shelter, even though the rotation doesn't look as notable now. You still want to be in your safe spot there. New watch will be issued soon. Their text is a downstream watch may be needed, but the probability of a watch is 95%. So a watch will be issued shortly actually they say within the next 1 to 2 hours, which is, that's pretty far away. So in the next 1 to 2 hours, we will see a severe watch or a tornado watch issued for centered over the Paducah and Madisonville and Owensboro, Kentucky areas. Let me show you that MCD. Right there in that yellow highlighted area. Centered over Paducah, Bowling Green. You guys will get a severe watch or tornado watch in the next 2 hours. So before 4 p.m. Eastern, we should have a new severe or tornado watch up here. Which actually... yeah, that's what I thought. These severes, and even part of a tornado warning are not even inside of a watch in northeastern Arkansas. They are also in the marginal risk, I believe. Let me see. I gotta turn all this off. Yes, the tornado warning is in a slight risk, but this severe... both of them, which are significant 70-mile-per-hour winds, they're actually in a marginal risk as well. Even a little bit of a general thunderstorm risk. Just to point that out. What that means is that the risk may be a little bit more north than originally expected, which could put areas just barely north of Memphis under the highest risk for severe weather today. Let's go here. Still good area of rotation near Marked Tree, Arkansas. We'll keep monitoring that. You can see the 3 areas of rotation in this new tornado warning here in Farmerville, or barely north of Farmerville, Louisiana. 1, 2, 3 areas of rotation here. All in or heading towards the current tornado warned area. I don't know exactly when, Ben. I mean, they're there. You can see they're there. We do have them. And they actually do have lower level mesos. Or rather, my bad, upper level mesos here. Very weak, though. So we do have prefrontals, but I just don't see them really intensifying. I mean, you can see half of them have already died out, so I'm just I'm not very confident in them intensifying. I don't think a single one of our 18 different WOFIS runs really intensify those supercells enough to produce tornadoes. Oh, well, actually, I do see a few WOFIS runs that do intensify them quite a bit. Wofus says those supercells should really get going towards 3:30. We'll see if that happens. That's Eastern time. That's still a good hour, hour and a half away. Let's see. Oh, and there is a PDS severe. Oh, wow. We now have observed 90-mile-per-hour winds in this entire line. There you go. That is now an extremely dangerous situation. 90-mile-per-hour winds have been recorded here. Somewhere in this severe. Let's see if we can find it. All right, so chat, help me out here. Let's see. Okay, help me out. Wind threat is observed. Observed 90-mile-an-hour winds. Radar indicated.
Tornado warning for
Observed.
Eastern Craighead County in eastern
Radar
Arkansas,
indicated.
northeastern Poinsett County in eastern Arkansas, Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas,
I'll explain
southwestern
in a second.
Pemiscot County in southeastern Missouri, southeastern Dunklin County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Dyer County in West Tennessee, north central Lauderdale County in West Tennessee, Craighead, Mississippi, and Poinsett County in Arkansas, Dunklin, and Pemiscot County in Missouri.
I believe
Dyer,
this says...
and Lauderdale County in Tennessee.
I believe this says radar indicated because the hail threat is also radar indicated. So the hail threat is radar indicated, but the wind threat is actually observed. So somebody or something recorded 90-mile-per-hour winds here. 90-mile-per-hour winds now observed. So moderate risk has verified. That just verified our moderate risk. If you look at the wind here, you can see 90-mile-per-hour severe in and also north of the moderate risk for damaging winds there. Let me clear this up a little bit so you can see that severe a bit better. All right, there you go. I just cleared up everything. This orange severe here, that is where 90-mile-per-hour winds have been observed. So not only are we dealing with tornadoes in this line, but also this entire area from Corning in the general thunderstorm risk in northeastern Arkansas, all the way down to Forest City in the moderate risk area. You are in a observed life-threatening situation for 90-mile-per-hour winds for the next 17 minutes. So please run to your safe spot. Even if you're not in a tornado warning, this is a destructive severe, so you need to be in your safe spot here, as that is an observed 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. And then there's all your other stuff. We are just crowded by stuff over here, man. Quick question. Would this look better being white? Or does that hurt our eyes too much? I think that might be a little bit too much. I have white highlights for tornado emergencies and flash flood emergencies, because those are very serious. But destructive severes are also extremely serious. I mean, you could have destructive severes. I've seen some for 100, even 110 miles per hour before. And some for 5-inch hail. So, I mean, they could be extremely serious. So we are still at a tornado warning. I'm going to keep us at the tornado warning scene here. But just know that we are under also a destructive severe for the next 16 minutes with 90-mile-per-hour winds being observed out here in northeastern Arkansas. Very, very dangerous storm. Give me just a moment. I am going to tweet about this. Whatever I can do to get the word out. So I just had to stop real quick just to tweet out that 90-mile-per-hour severe. Also, I'm going to quickly get a screenshot of this. Oops. There we go. I do want to go check this storm real quick. Memphis radar. Okay, they actually just recently severe warned that. I was wanting to go look at it. It is now TOR possible. So I wanted to keep an eye on that one too. Doesn't look like an imminent threat for tornadoes, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case it tries to strengthen. All right, one big tornado warning was just disextended there. Both tornado warnings were just disextended. So Whitehall, Harrisburg, Greenfield, Waldenburg, Downdoors, Hickory Ridge, Cherry Valley. You guys are all outside of that tornado warning now. However, you are still in a destructive severe. So until that drops, please stay in your safe spot. This is in northeastern Arkansas once again. I still don't know what the 90-mile-per-hour severe is confirmed by. Moving northeast at 80 now. Jeez. So it sped right back up. I'd like to see what the winds are observed by. Normally it says observed by Mesonet or reported by Train Spotter or something like that. Maybe there is a Mesonet station in here. There's one in Jonesboro. But that measured 24-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but that was from a while ago. I'm not sure what measure. Oh, and they did
Tornado
warning.
warning for southeastern Crockett County in West Tennessee, south central Gibson County in West Tennessee, northeastern Fayette County in West Tennessee, northwestern Hardeman County in West Tennessee, southeastern Haywood County in West Tennessee, Madison County in West Tennessee, Crockett, Fayette, Gibson, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison County in Tennessee.
So there you go. New tornado warning just issued here. This is a prefrontal storm, so if it can intensify, it would have a strong tornado threat with it, because it is relatively by itself away from the QLCS line that is back out near Memphis at this point. So we'll see if it intensifies further. But that is trying to produce a quick tornado here. We'll see if it can intensify anymore. But definitely a little area of rotation, starting up with that hook echo. So on those last two frames, that rotation became more evident, and that warranted a tornado warning from the National Weather Service here in Memphis, Tennessee. So make sure you're in your safe spot. If you are in Jackson, Tennessee, that's a pretty dang populated place, if I'm not mistaken. It's got to be at least 50,000 people in that warning. 132,000 people in that new tornado warning. Gracious day. It's a lot of people who need to be seeking shelter, my word. So make sure you are seeking shelter, and that area is going to be a place that gets two different storms, because you got this prefrontal storm, and you're definitely going to be hit by this QLCS back out to the west that is heading your way as well. So like I said, some areas could see multiple rounds, as many as 4 different rounds today. Still can see 3 different areas of rotation here in this tornado warning north of Farmerville, north central Louisiana. Just to point that out briefly. Hello, Otter, by the way. Glad to see you in here. What a crazy line so far. Produced widespread 60 to 75 mile per hour winds through much of central southwestern Arkansas, and now northeast Arkansas producing potentially widespread 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. We have definitely seen some quite rapid intensification over the last hour or so from this line. I definitely started getting plenty of tornado warnings. At one point, we had like 5 tornado warnings on the line, and now there is a destructive severe on it. So that is definitely a very intensifying line. Very strong line. Like I said, I don't know exactly where those 90 mile per hour winds were observed at, but it was observed. It still is an observed 90 mile per hour destructive severe. Yeah, there's storms in Louisiana. Only one is concerning at this moment. That is the one from Ruston back up towards Marion in north central Louisiana. Everything else is very disorganized, heavy rain and lightning / thunder. Big severe. Wow. Still keeping 80 mile per hour severe on that. Still a life-threatening situation there. If you are in Memphis, Tennessee, big severe for 80 mile per hour winds just issued. That did get downgraded by 10 miles per hour there. But still, you can see behind that 8 more minutes. We're still under a 90 mile per hour extremely dangerous situation, severe here for Forest City and some surrounding areas up towards Jonesboro. With that 80 mile per hour severe now issued for the Memphis Metro. So if we turn on the SBC Outlook and look at the wind threat, you can see a good chunk of that wind threat in the main risk here is currently under a destructive severe. So that moderate risk placement was pretty dang good for winds. We'll see how the tornado threat verifies. That storm east of Memphis definitely has a crazy hook on it, but not a good area of rotation. Still relatively broad and weak there, but really nice looking supercell there. I don't see any report out of that area of 90 miles per hour. And I do have my reports turned on, so I would see it. I haven't gotten any report out of that area. But someone or some instrument measured 90 mile per hour winds there. So that's still continuing off to the northeast. Now going to be impacting the Memphis Metro, Covington, Ripley, all the way up to Holcomb, Campbell in the Missouri Boot Hill. So big destructive severe there. That's probably for well over probably what, like 500,000 people or something. It's got to be a very populated severe. Oh, definitely. I was very far off. I didn't realize how populated this was. Almost 1.5 million people. Almost 1.5 million people under that new destructive severe. Gracious. Power outages are about to skyrocket in this area. And look how big that is too, by the way. That is not a small severe. I mean, that severe goes from all the way in southeastern Missouri, way up here, all the way down to south of Memphis. So that is a huge, huge severe for 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, depending on exactly where you are. Back here, it's for 90 for 5 more minutes, and then for Memphis, it is for 80. Is this observed? Still observed 80 mile per hour winds. So, yeah, I mean, that's a plenty of counties right there. Just a bunch of areas. Like I said, almost 1.5 million people going to be impacted by that. Yeah, like I said, these prefrontals, I mean, they're forming and dying. Forming and then dying. Some little prefrontals down here, but I doubt those will do much more than just merge with the line and die out. A pretty good air rotation now starting up here in Caraway, northeast Arkansas. Go to our analysis radar there. That is definitely some stronger rotation trying to start up there in Caraway, northeastern Arkansas. Currently tornado warned. 18 more minutes on that tornado warning, so definitely want to be seeking shelter there. We will continue to watch that very closely. Jeez. This bow echo also got a lot larger, too. It got a lot larger. Especially over, like, the last 30 minutes. I mean, we went from, if we go back here, this was... That can't be right. Okay, that was an hour 30 minutes ago. So an hour 30 minutes ago, it was about this large. And if we go to how it looks now, I mean, that sucker is... That sucker is huge now. I'd say it's probably about doubled in size. Giant MCS there. Oh boy. If that inflow connects, we could possibly see a tornado drop down here near, let's see, this would be just to the southwest of Jackson, southwestern Tennessee. We'll need to watch that very, very closely. Very closely. I haven't seen any very impressive areas of rotation yet, nor have I seen any possible debris signature, so I don't think we've had any tornadoes today, at least since, like, the SPC's valid time date, which would be from 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. So from 8 a.m. this morning to what we're at now, I don't think we've seen any tornadoes. It's mainly been a lot of wind and some small hail. Yeah, you can see those greens, winds going towards the radar. Reds are winds going away from the radar there. They're trying to get closer. If those do connect and get more gate to gate, that could become a very big issue. But at the moment, not a very tight area of rotation at this exact moment. That could change though quickly. Let's see. I'm gonna go check this. Give me just a second. See if I can find this for y'all. Okay. Looking at some cameras here in Tennessee, see if we get any good views of this storm. There ought to be one camera with a good view, right? Like, this sucker is so large, there ain't no way there's not one camera with a good view on this storm. The thing is, they're all traffic cams, so they're all going to be pointing wherever those roads are. So I need to find a road that goes west, like this. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not finding any good cameras. None that are very much worth showing here. But just make sure you are, once again, in your safe spot if you're in any of these warnings here. Okay, they did update this warning. See if it's still, yep, 80 mile per hour severe there. So they took off the 90 mile per hour severe. That has been canceled. Or actually, my bad, expired. That is expired. It expired 1 minute ago. So even if you're just in the severe warning here, that's not just a severe. That is actually a PDS, potentially life-threatening severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour winds. It does have the destructive tag there. There's definitely cameras there, but when did that go tornado warned? Oh, that just got tornado warned.
Tornado warning for southwestern Desha County in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Drew County in southeastern Arkansas, south central Lincoln County in southeastern Arkansas, Desha, Drew, and Lincoln County in Arkansas.
Yeah, there's cameras there for sure, but most of them are just looking at the road, and if they're not looking at the road, they're looking in the wrong direction, mostly east. So pretty good area of rotation there. That's going to go up towards McGee and eventually Michelville. That is far from the radar site, though, so if there is a tornado on the ground at any point with this storm, it is going to be pretty much impossible to tell from radar. I mean, look at that. If those green and reds / yellows connect, we could definitely see a strong tornado threat out of this storm. Personally, I don't think it's going to happen. I think this is going to stay quite disorganized. We shall see. Let's go back over to our tornado warnings further up here. I don't see a very concerning storm, or rather very concerning area of rotation up here. It's just very broad, small areas of rotation, so just seek shelter if you're in that area. If you're in that tornado warning. None of them look very concerning to me. Yeah, I do see that. There's a good camera, but I doubt I can use this camera and show it to you guys. But just a crazy shelf cloud with this storm. Actually, you know, we could do something at least a little bit here. It's not a camera, but it's better than absolutely nothing. Jeez. So So that's your 3D view right there. Let's see if we could do that a little bit smaller. Like, we'll just take it, for instance, where it's strongest, like right here. Oh, wow. I mean, that's going to have just a ridiculous shelf cloud with it, and it definitely does. I can tell you it does. I'm looking at a camera right now. Again, I don't think I can show it on stream, but just definitely a ridiculous shelf cloud with that. Jeez. We could also get rid of a little bit of the precipitation here in the front. Even some more than that. And so now that's the more intense precipitation that you see there. Which is crazy. And like I said, we could do this for like the entire line. It just gets a little bit zoomed out. But you could do that for the whole line. I mean, that is a beast of a storm right there. And then there's our little photogenic supercell out in front. Right here. This is GR2 analysis. GR2 analysis, one-time payment of, I believe, $250. There's no subscriptions on it, so it's actually worth the one-time payment. I can't tell you how many times I've used this. I have found, though, after I use it a lot, I do need to refresh my computer. I had to do that last night because radar scans were, like, literally getting 20 minutes behind, but typically that doesn't happen, so that was just because I've been streaming so much. My computer needed to actually turn off and take a break. Let's see here. You're welcome. Okay. This could ramp up quite quickly, this little tiny storm, so we're going to need to keep an eye on that. As long as those greens and reds are close, this storm could try to produce a tornado eventually. Let's go back further south here. So still some rotation there. You could see it still present. So could drop a tornado. That's why there is a tornado warning for 37 more minutes over the Winchester area in southeastern Arkansas. This tornado warning is going to be dropped here in 7 minutes over Marion. Just a little area of rotation there. Not anything too crazy. Just a little area of green and reds. Thank you, Wayward, for becoming an EF1 member. That's greatly appreciated. Thank you for the extra support. I appreciate that. Yep, there is a free trial for 21 days. Sure is. I do have GR2 Analysis 3.0, which they may have increased the price on it, but because I owned GR2 Analysis 2.0, I was a recent purchase of it. They gave me the upgrade for free. Make sure it's not GR3. It would be GR2 Analysis 3. So I know that's a little confusing, but there's GR2 3, which is a low resolution radar, and then there's GR2 Analysis 3. Make sure it says analysis. It still says here, GR2 Analysis version 3 is available for $250 of a one-time payment. And then see, towards the end of that sentence, it says if you already have a GR2 Analysis 2 license, see the news section, and that's how I got a free upgrade for it. Yep, 21-day free trial before purchasing. No refunds. This is like the last software I would want to refund. That's for sure. Is that a new warning? Okay, that means we're going to get a beep.
Tornado warning for Central Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, western Crockett County in West Tennessee, northwestern Tipton County in West Tennessee, Dyer County in West Tennessee, Lauderdale County in West Tennessee, northern Haywood County in West Tennessee, Mississippi County in Arkansas. Crockett, Dyer, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton County in Tennessee.
Sebastian, if that is for this one, I don't believe that's a CC drop. It looks like clear air if you line it up perfectly here. That's the inflow. Well, now it's updated. But you can see it lines up perfectly with clear air. That was a little interesting for a split second until I flipped to reflectivity. So all your check boxes, CC check, velocity check, ZDR, nope. Spectrum width, nope. Reflectivity, big nope. And reflectivity is a big one. If there's no reflectivity there, there's a high chance it is not a tornado. I do see why they warned this. This might be trying to push out a little bit more, meaning it might be trying to hook a bit. So we want to keep an eye on that. That's near, what is that, Grider? Grider in far eastern Arkansas going into Henning, north of Covington in west central Tennessee. They did downgrade the severe. We are no longer under a PDS severe warning, so that is good news. No longer under a PDS severe warning, so back down to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still didn't see any reports of 80. We saw the Fisher one at 70 miles an hour, but I never saw that observed report of 80 or 90. Neither one of them. All right, Western Tennessee, you're going to start losing power here. Now 2,600 already without power in Memphis, Tennessee, so you're gonna start losing power quickly, especially as this line gets over you. So within the next 30 minutes, we're probably going to see thousands of people lose power here in Western Tennessee. Definitely over the Memphis area as well. So make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. If you're in that red tornado warning, which there's 4 of them on the screen right now, make sure you are in your safe spot. Go back up here. See what the new HRRR has. Okay, that's the new one's coming in here in like 10, 15 minutes. I just don't see a really big tornado threat here. Per usual, like I was saying earlier in the stream, we're definitely going to be seeing spin-up tornadoes try to form in the line. That's to be expected. A new tornado watch just got issued for Nashville. So Legacy, if you're in this stream, you're now under a tornado watch. That will be coming through here very shortly. You'll see that. And a new warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Monroe County in eastern Arkansas, east central Arkansas County in southeastern Arkansas, and Monroe County in Arkansas.
I think it's in Arkansas. So that's a new tornado warning for, it looks like a prefrontal merger almost here. prefrontal merger maybe trying to start up in this area. Just a small little tornado warning for 31 more minutes here for St. Charles in east central Arkansas. There's that new tornado watch centered over Nashville, Bowling Green, Kentucky as well, back down towards Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, McMinnville, Tennessee. Let's see here. It is a 50-40 tornado watch. What that means is there's a 50% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 40% chance one of them are strong. So we have if there's a tornado ongoing eventually in this watch, there's about a 50-50 chance it's going to be strong. So there's a really, really good chance if a tornado does drop down in this area later on today into the night hours that it possibly could be strong. So it's not 50-50, it's actually 60-40. So there's a 60% chance it would be a weaker tornado, 40% chance it would be a stronger EF2 plus tornado. If a tornado does drop down in this tornado watch area, which most likely tonight we will have at least 1 or 2. So we could possibly see a strong tornado tonight, somewhere between Bowling Green all the way down towards Florence in northwest Alabama. Bowling Green, south central Kentucky, all the way down to Florence, Alabama. So make sure you're weather aware there. Personally, I don't see there being much of a strong tornado threat, but it is definitely denoted there on the newest watch. So we'll keep an eye on that, especially as the lower level jet increases late tonight. Once this line gets west of Nashville towards probably 6 p.m. Eastern time, tornado threat may increase. Let's see here. Also, the southern side of this line's now going severe again. Look at that. We just got a big severe thunderstorm warning on the southern end of this line for 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Zach, quick spamming emojis. Where's our best environment based on mesoanalysis? Let's see here. Southeastern Arkansas, where these tornado warnings are up. Right in here. This is our best environment. So we're going to keep an eye on those areas. That's where our environment's most favorable. But it is thankfully aligned, so that means we're not going to have any really notable tornado threats here. If they were discrete storms, then we would be in big, big trouble. But because it's aligned, the main threat here is damaging winds with an isolated spin-up tornado or two. That will be possible here as that line moves up to the northeast. Winds are likely rapidly increasing here in downtown Memphis. You could see a little bit of a probably gust front is my guess. Gust front right in there in front of the main precipitation core in Memphis, Tennessee. So winds are going to rapidly continue to increase there. Give me just a moment. Have to quickly do this. Okay. All right, let's zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, as expected, that storm's just... It's just really clustered. I don't see it being a big threat for tornadoes. Let's see here. All right, so still up to 5 tornado warnings, 4 severes. We're going to continue to keep an eye on them. And see what ends up happening here. A lot of this stuff's just quick spin-up tornadoes and damaging winds. Which that wind threat was the biggest concern near Memphis, so... now we'll just wait to see if things end up strengthening here or what happens. Power outages are starting to slowly go up in western Tennessee. I'm not really using mesoanalysis too much today because it's really just a big line. So I haven't been paying much attention to mesoanalysis. Yeah, let's go back down over here again. That tornado warning was dropped for Marion as well, and that severe is likely going to expire here shortly, just east of Strong in south central Arkansas. I highly, highly doubt that was a CC drop. Which storm was it? This one? Yeah. That's just random CC. Could be all types of stuff. Could be a bit of hail, could be contamination, could be radar interference, could be literally anything. Yeah, and then with these tornado warnings, I mean, they're just, I don't see anything crazy with them. I don't see much with them. We'll still pay attention to these prefrontals, but they're taking their time. Really feels like they haven't really moved, to be honest with you. Feels like they've been stuck right around this area forever. But yeah, they're definitely trying to move. Yeah, it's because they're dissipating when they get more north. Look at that. They're all dissipating near the Winona area. And more just firing south. That's what's happening. Let's see if there could be an issue in the environment. I'm sure there is. Like I said, today's not really a very potent day for tornadoes. There's a very large temperature dew point spread down here. You're looking at 87 temperatures, 70 dew points. Dew points are bad. Why the heck did they pull a moderate? Like the dew point temperature spread, the dew points aren't bad. Moisture is not bad. It's this, the spread is bad. You've got a lot of over mixing. I mean, you're looking at like 81 over 66 there. 87 and 70. I mean, those are like 10, 15 temperature dew point spreads in some spots. Not very favorable for tornadoes. Let's go back to Memphis radar again. This line's still pretty intense. It looks like it has lost some strength over the last 20 to 30 minutes. It definitely seems like it's lost some strength over that time frame. No update on power outages just yet. Should get an update in like, I don't know, 15, 25 minutes, somewhere between there. All right. It feels like things are calming down. That's because it kind of is. 3 tornado warnings left here. And 2 of them are in southeastern Arkansas. Not really too concerning. This one is still of interest. Yeah, you can see that there, but it looks like that's not really tightening up at all. More of just a windbag there. Could still see a spin up tornado threat though out of it. This one here near Jackson, there's like no rotation with it anymore, so I doubt it's doing a thing. There is a chance if we go back here. Let's see. Yeah, there is a chance that it could have dropped a tornado here, just south of Brownsville. I didn't see any CC, but could have just been too weak to loft much debris. But now it's falling apart. Is that a new warning or... Okay, never mind. So you can see that little notching is still trying down here west of Henning in southwest Tennessee. It's still trying to ramp up. Not succeeding very well, though. The moderate risk for wind was definitely... That already verified. That was needed. That was a good idea. But the 15 sig wind, or rather the 15 sig tor, man, it's getting rough. It's getting rough. I need me a break, man. The 15 sig tor, I feel, was a little bit much. The 45 sig wind verified already. That's what I'm saying. I don't see, and I never saw a 15 sig tour. I did see the chance for a prefrontal cell or two potentially trying to produce a strong tornado up in this area. And that was likely the storm I was talking about before. Gracious day, the HRRR was right. Which one was that? Was that like the 16Z HRRR or something? 15Z was it? One of these HRRRs were correct here. Yeah, I think it was the 15Z. 15Z HRRR was somewhat correct here. With the best supercell threat coming from one of these storms. And it looks like it fired from this batch down here near Clarksdale around 16Z. So 16Z, that's, we were already live for about 40-ish minutes or so, about 30 minutes actually. Yeah, we were live for about 35 minutes at that time. And then it formed and it tried to produce a tornado east of Memphis. Yeah, you can see how slowly with time, look at it over the last, this is the last like 50 minutes. Look how that severe starts very far north, gets disextended, disextended, disextended. So they've slowly been, same for the south side, see? Way down here, disextended, 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 disextended. So they're shrinking it more and more and more. This line does look significantly weaker than what it looked like here in, like, about an hour ago. I mean, this looks a lot less significant. Okay. Nope. Not one bit, Ben. It was perfectly fine as a 10 sig. That's what I believe from the start, and that's what I've still stuck with. And that's what it's, honestly, even the 10 sig is underperforming a bit, but 10 sig's definitely, it was warranted because we could easily have seen any prefrontals fire up and try to produce a strong tornado, but it just hasn't happened so far. This is when our peak threat should begin in terms of tornadoes, according to most models. But the newest HRRR says peak's already passed. I do think we could see a isolated strong tornado down here towards probably between like 6 and 9, I'd say 6 and 8, 6 and 9 Eastern, somewhere right around there. As a lower level jet increases, that's Eastern time, so we'll keep an eye on that. But I got a lot to do today because I've been streaming so often. So if this threat does, decrease some more to the point where we're down to like 1 tornado warning and not many severes, it is possible I conclude early. Even though it is a moderate risk, but I mean, if we look at the moderate, if we stay live for another hour, hour and a half or so, we'll probably be through the moderate. Yeah. So we're already like halfway through the moderate risk here. Well, I guess not because these storms are moving northeast. These are too. So actually these storms will re-enter the moderate. Let me see what the HRRR has for those. Yeah, ARRR does still have those being an issue on the southern side of the moderate. But the environment isn't very favorable for tornadoes. At least at that time. We'll see. We're down to just 2 tornado warnings. Next SPC outlook is at 4, so we'll definitely, for sure, stay live till then. We'll be live after 4 Eastern as well. We'll see what they say with the moderate risk for today on their 4 p.m. update. Wouldn't be shocked if they drop it. Wouldn't be shocked if they maintain it. Let's see here. I want to check something really quick. I gotta figure out how to get to the site. Maybe it's this one. Yeah. I found it. It's it helps you figure out the greatest tornado threat, and it highlights 2 different areas for decent tornado potential. One is still up here near Nashville, and then also another one here. I don't know if you can see that second one. Okay, you can. So those will be the 2 areas to watch for tornadoes over the most of the rest of the day here. But that second QLCS threat, that starts late tonight. Let's see here. Yeah, that second QLCS really starts to form late tonight, closer to midnight, 1 a.m. And I don't know how significant that may be. Did they change the enhanced at all? Nope. I don't know if that southern risk is going to do much at all. Which is why I'm probably not going to cover it. But like I said, we'll still be live here for another hour. Another hour or so. See, 1 hour, a half hour. Crap. Yeah. I know when we're going to end, but I'm not going to say it till we get closer. And if things increase in activity, we can always continue the stream. We've done that frequently. Where we plan on ending in said minutes, and then just out of nowhere, there's a bunch of more tornado warnings. Then, wow.
Tornado
the
warning
timing
for
could not be
northern Desha County in
crazier.
southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Lincoln County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Arkansas County in southeastern Arkansas, Desha, and Lincoln County in Arkansas.
You cannot make that up. There's a new tornado warning. Right there. Near Winchester, moving towards Watson in southeastern Arkansas. So make sure you're in your safe spot there. I am actually thinking about chasing tomorrow. That's something that I'm actually thinking of doing. Because it's another Sunday risk. So, oh, you know what? We could test out our new storm chasing overlays and better connection. I might have to set that stuff up tonight. CSU has a 2% tomorrow. Dang. Yo, hold on. I might be chasing a 2% tour tomorrow. We'll see. Yep, timing's crazy, Indiana. That is for sure. It would be an afternoon threat too, so that's awesome. That means I ain't got to get up at like 5 a.m. And it also means that it won't be really, it won't be getting towards like 7 o'clock or so. It looks like if it is a good threat tomorrow, storms would fire towards 1 to 2 p.m. and then they would start to die out by 6. That is getting pretty strong. That is the strongest rotation we've seen today. It is far from the radar, so I don't know how accurate that is, but that is definitely the strongest rotation we've seen so far today. That definitely could drop a tornado going towards Watson, southeastern Arkansas, so be in your safe spot. Watson, southeast Arkansas. Let's see here. I was just checking something. So be in your safe spot, Watson, southeast Arkansas. Pretty good area of rotation approaching y'all there. Power outage check. We're not up by too much, honestly. We're up by about 50 more people in Lauderdale County, West Tennessee. Shelby County up by I think up by about 500 there. So really not that far up. Not as many people lost power as I thought. Maybe that will continue to increase as the storms push through. But, I mean, they already passed through Memphis. This is down to 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this storm died off right as it was hitting Memphis. Still going to keep an eye on that prefrontal. It's still chugging along out there near Clarksburg, Tennessee. But we are now down to 0 significant severes and still 3 tornado warnings. We are down to 0 significant severes, which I think that's the first time in like 2 hours or so we're that far low in terms of significant severe count. Let's just look at this line as a whole. Yeah, you could see 2 areas. 1, 2. Those are the 2 areas to watch. 2 main areas. And then, of course, we have the prefrontal here, and then just a random little storm in the middle of those 2 main areas. So, main area of concern. Number 1 area of concern is down here. Second area of concern is that tornado warning. Third area of concern is that prefrontal. And then the area that I'm least concerned about, but still watching, is this one here north of Clarksdale, northwest Mississippi. Yeah, but I don't know how, Lily. They really shouldn't be weakening. It's definitely a good thing, but it's just a little bizarre because they shouldn't really be on a weakening trend here. The environment is plentiful in this area. You know what? I can tell you a little why. Over the last 2 hours, your warm front has moved a bit south instead of north. So, yeah, you can see these storms here. Well, this one doesn't show it's moved south at all. Actually shows it's moved a little bit more north. But the meso analysis I just looked at showed it a little bit more south. But yeah, this doesn't show that. This still has it being favorable for severe weather. So maybe not. Maybe not. Plenty of wind shear up here for sure. But I mean, in the last like hour or so, especially in the last hour, it's been a noticeable, yeah, very noticeable weakening, Ben. Right as these storms hit Memphis, they started weakening. Let's see here. No, not even a lot of people lost power in Memphis. I mean, just look how much it weakened. As it was going just to the west of Memphis, we even had a hail core inside of this damaging wind bag. And then just right as it hit Memphis, still pretty strong, but it lost a lot of intensity. And then now it's really low in intensity. So much to the point where in the last hour, we went from a 90-mile-an-hour severe to a 60. Zero significant severes in place right now across the U.S. Yeah, I do want you guys to watch in this area. If you live in this region, it seems like we could get an isolated strong tornado threat tonight. So definitely want to stay weather aware. That would likely be closer to 6 o'clock tonight in about 3 hours. I believe Lucky will go live at that time. So if you guys know Lucky's channel, you can go over there. I'm pretty sure he's going to go live around 6. And if it does get too rough, there's a chance I come back on here. We're not ending just yet, though. We still got a while to go. I want to make sure this stuff's going to die off a pretty good amount and no prefrontals fire before I end up ending. After we ended yesterday, I missed like one tornado in Arkansas. And then there was really not much from there all the way till like 3 a.m. And then at 3 a.m. things started to pop off again. 2 or 3 a.m. Eastern. And I was not up at that time. I was sound asleep. See the power outages. Jeez, I couldn't English. Power outages did go up a little bit. We went from 3,700 to 4,300 there in the last 15 minutes. So quite a few people did just lose power in West Tennessee. Let's go check this one. Yeah, that area, like I said, that's really the strongest area of rotation we've seen today. Even though it's far from the radar site, it's still likely pretty strong. Go to GR2 here. Can't tell you if it's produced a tornado at any point. But right there, that was the strongest rotation we've seen probably today. There's spectrum width there because it's damaging winds. No ZDR drop. So it wouldn't shock me if we had a brief, quick tornado down here. West of Watson at some point. probably about 10 minutes ago, but I cannot confirm that. But man, look at the flood warnings now that this line is pushed through. Yikes. That's insane. Right here is when we peaked in flood warnings because of that flash flood emergency that recently was expired. Just look at that. That's at least half the state of Arkansas, right? At least half the state of Arkansas. The only areas that weren't is a good chunk of the northwest portion of Arkansas, some of southeast Arkansas, and then some of southwest. Oh, not that much. Some of the southwest Arkansas. So at least half of Arkansas was inside flash flood warnings there. And still is inside flash flood warnings. Yikes. No longer severe out here in Cedar Grove. So that prefrontal is done. Lord have mercy. What happened to your tornado warnings? Look at this. Here's from the National Weather Service on Twitter. NWS Tornado. They have duplicated their tornado warning. Look at that. It's supposed to just be one graphic, but instead it's a double graphic, and you can't even see where the tornado warning is located like you normally can. Here's what it's normally supposed to look like. This is what it's normally supposed to look like. Just like that. Alright. More flash flood warnings just recently came out there. Let's see. I think one of our newest ones was, yeah, this one in Texas. Right there, I believe, was our peak warnings for flash flooding. I'm gonna get a screenshot of that. Yep, this exact frame. If you go one frame back, you lose warning in Texas. One frame forward, you lose the warning in Nashville. So right here was our peak warnings. And I don't know exactly how many that was, but it was at least, at minimum, there were 15 flash flood warnings, including 2 flash flood emergencies. This one in Watson looks to be weakening in terms of tornado activity, but it is still strengthening in terms of damaging winds. Waiting for the new HRRR to render in for tomorrow, because I am contemplating heading out towards Greensboro tomorrow, near 5, for a conditional tornado threat. We shall see how it goes. Looks like very significant damaging winds tomorrow. maybe a few spin up tornadoes. We could see an isolated strong tornado tomorrow. I wouldn't be too shocked if we get a strong tornado tomorrow. But it looks like the main threat is early tomorrow morning, and then we could see some reignition of some supercells in east central Alabama into Georgia towards 3 or 4 p.m. But there's a lot of uncertainty on how tomorrow may play out, so... Like I said, there's a chance I go live tomorrow, but it wouldn't be a, likely wouldn't be a long stream. We'll just see. Like, yesterday, I thought I wouldn't be live until, 3 or 4 o'clock today, and then I ended up going live at 11:35 a.m. this morning. And here we are at 3 o'clock, and the thread is actually dying out. So, it shows you how there's a lot of uncertainty, even the day, literally the day before the actual event.
4. Northeastern Bolivar County in northwestern Mississippi, Bolivar County in Mississippi.
Also now a flash flood emergency for the city of Memphis, Tennessee. So if you are in Memphis, Tennessee, you're near a flash flood prone area, or even if you're not even in a flash flood prone area, you are likely going to end up seeing flash flooding being a significant issue. Some areas around Memphis could even see catastrophic impacts. Flooding seems to be the flooding and wind seems to be the biggest issue today. We're getting isolated tornadoes, but I haven't seen a single confirmed tornado, and I haven't seen a single CC drop. I've seen multiple areas of small rotation. The only notable area of potentially strong rotation I saw was this one west of Watson, when it was tornado warned about, give or take, 15 minutes ago. But mainly damaging winds and ridiculous flooding are the biggest issues today. This line is pretty strong down here, so that may be able to pose a significant 70-mile-per-hour wind threat here. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Also, another severe for Greenville, west central Mississippi there. No, they meant to issue it for sure. I just think it wasn't needed. From the get-go, I said I would. I don't think it's a 15 sig threat. I mean, geez, it was barely a 10 sig Tor threat. The only reason the 10 sig Tor was needed was for that conditional strong tornado threat. Back up in Mississippi and Tennessee, that is not verified at all. We still may be able to see one supercell sustain out there from central Mississippi going to northern Mississippi, but I mean, nothing's happened so far. Your peak tornado threat, according to model runs that did fire the prefrontals, were from 3 to 5 Eastern. So from 30 minutes ago all the way till the next hour and a half. That's the thing, though, Rango. Like, it wasn't a major fail mode. It's just the fact that we really weren't expecting supercells to begin with. Like, it's not even a good environment for strong tornadoes. I kind of stressed that today, that the long-tracked strong tornado threat from discrete storms, even that would be a struggle because there wasn't really confidence in discrete storms firing. But all it took was, all it would take is one single discrete storm in southwestern Tennessee about an hour and a half ago. We could have seen a strong tornado. That did not happen, though. Still a very favorable environment for spin-up tornadoes, specifically with this storm here going into northern Mississippi. It looks like that environment is actually is actually becoming slightly more favorable over the next hour and a half here. And also, Ben, the temperature dew point spreads, once I took one look at that and saw that they were 15 to almost 20, I don't know why they pulled a 15 sig. Even if supercells fired, it would have been more of a hail threat. And it's not like on April 2nd where the biggest supercells were going to match up with the sun setting. No, our supercells, our best supercell threat was again from 30 minutes ago all the way till 5 p.m. Eastern, which is another hour and a half from now. Now, as the sun sets, there is a chance, specifically in Louisiana, where we could see a strong tornado. That's an area that I am watching tonight. Lucky will be live during that potential tornado threat. It starts up at 6. He's going to go live, I believe, near 6. So he'll have that covered. I think we're down to just one storm being tornadic. Technically 2 tornado warnings. But the wind threat definitely verified. The wind threat verified as being as significant as we expected. That did verify. No doubt. "15's too much. 10 is like perfect, but once you get towards 15 and especially 20, 20 is way too elevated. Most of them were around 15. In Southwest Tennessee, it was only like 3. Temperatures were at like 73. Dew points were at like 70, 71. So that's why I was saying there was a conditional strong tornado threat there. And then they eventually added that 15 sig over Memphis, pointing a little south. So, Ben, typically the cutoff for most people is 20. Typically, once they start to see 20-degree temperature dew-point spreads, that's where it's like, yeah, no tornado threat's going to come out of this. 15 is pushing it. That's where it could still be a big-time hail threat with tornadoes. And then 10 is like perfect. 5 to 10 is like perfect. If you get too low, say 2 to 3, you may have a lapse rate issue where temperatures aren't changing and cooling with height. Which is what we had yesterday. Yesterday, we had that temperature dew point spreads were very minimal. They were like 2 to 3. We had like 75 temps and 70, 71, 72 dew points. Still plenty of severes to keep an eye on. Big time wind threat, isolated significant wind threat. Right now, it's a big time normal wind threat, winds up to 60 miles per hour. I do think we could see an isolated 70 mile an hour wind gust here with this little bow echo that has started in this area, going towards Clarksdale, eventually Oxford, north of Cleveland, Mississippi. Wouldn't be shocked to see an isolated 70 mile an hour wind gust there over the next 2 hours. And then, like I said, there is going to be some intensification of a QLCS tonight. So this area in here, our cold front that is currently, let's see, where is it? Our cold front that's currently like give or take back here is going to congeal all this stuff into a line once it gets back out here. So tonight towards midnight, we could see a notable increase in significant damaging winds up in this area. And then that could last into tomorrow morning and much of the day tomorrow. That's going to spread eastward into this area here. Now, there is question marks on how notable the wind threat will be in this area. There is a chance that if our wind threat is significant enough tomorrow, there is a chance we could see some prefrontal storms. So if we go here towards noon, 1 p.m. or so, If this wind threat is very significant, there is a chance that we could end up having some prefrontals from the south move northward. I believe I believe NATOcast showed that scenario. NATOcast, I think, has a moderate tomorrow. Yeah, NATOcast has a moderate over the Birmingham metro. So I wouldn't be shocked with a few strong tornadoes being possible tomorrow, generally in this area. But it's conditional. Again, it's conditional. It's all going to come down to, will we see prefrontals fire, and are they going to be mature enough? And tomorrow, the environment is nothing like today. Today, we have plenty of wind shear and good instability. Tomorrow, we'll have low wind shear and okay instability. Actually, on your new 18CH wind shear uptrended quite a bit. We'll see. Tomorrow, I could do anything. Literally, I could go chase. I could just stay here and stream. Or I may not do either of them. It just depends. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. The tornado threat has decreased very significant decrease in the tornado threat, according to the newest MCD issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So that new red, dark shaded area there that you see, some threat for damaging winds and a brief tornado will persist through the afternoon. Extremely small hail, likely no larger than about 1 inch in diameter. Damaging wind gusts could peak around 70 to 80 miles per hour, and a spin-up tornado or two will all remain possible throughout the remainder of watch issuance 122 and 124. There you go. Greatest threat is damaging winds by a milestone. Small hail, barely an issue. Tornadoes, could see a spin-up one. But very minimal. We're not done for today, but I do think the biggest wind risk of up to 90 miles per hour is done. There's still a chance for a strong tornado later tonight from about 6 p.m. Eastern all the way through about 8 p.m. Eastern out here. And then we're still dealing with this bow echo for the next 2 hours or so. And then we're still going to be dealing with this bow echo here for the next 2 to 3 hours as well. I think much of the significant threat, like significant damaging winds, significant tornadoes, and significant hail, I think most of that's actually already done. So I do think our significant tornado threat and hail threat could ramp up here, like I said, towards like 6 o'clock through 9 o'clock or so. It may slowly increase in activity. And then once we get towards about 9 to 10, the threat should start to decrease again. And then it will all congeal up into a line back up here, and then our wind threat will increase. Let me show you what this looks like on a model run, so that way I don't have to be so confusing. Here's what it looks like on a model run. Ready? Damaging wind threat up here persists around and near Nashville all the way till about 7 p.m. or so. Maybe a little bit before that, 6, 7 p.m. Rapidly decreases in intensity. Isolated strong tornado threat increases and hail threat increases out here. You can see it starts increasing towards 4 p.m. out in this area, 4 or 5
Tornado warning for southern Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, Coahoma County in northwestern Mississippi, Phillips County in Arkansas, Coahoma County in Mississippi.
Come on. 4 to 5 p.m. threat starts to slowly increase here. 6 to 7 p.m. strong tornado threat increases. That persists through about 9 to 10. Threat starts to decrease about 9, 10 p.m. Then everything congeals into a line near midnight, 1 a.m. Wind threat begins to increase across much of the risk area in Mississippi. That continues into Alabama into the morning hours. Potentially a conditional strong tornado threat tomorrow. May be worth a 10 sig tornado risk. Tomorrow around from noon till about 4 p.m. And then around 4 p.m. everything starts to die out. Maybe an isolated wind gust could be possible tomorrow around 4 p.m. But relatively by 4 p.m. tomorrow everything's done. Just isolated severes after 4. So I don't see any huge issues with severe weather. Like I said, we could see isolated gusts up to 60, or rather, isolated gusts up to 70 with this here over 2 hours, over the next 2 hours. Isolated gust up to 70 up here over the next 2 to 3 hours. And then tonight towards 6 to 9 p.m. could see an isolated strong tornado here. And then as we get towards the overnight hours, could see isolated gust up to 70, potentially a gust as high as 80 tomorrow, very late tonight into much of the morning and early afternoon hours tomorrow. Notice how I said potentially up to 80 mile an hour wind gusts tomorrow, so maybe going to be possibly worth the enhanced risk for damaging winds tomorrow. And like I said, maybe even a 10 sig tour. I wouldn't be shocked. Wouldn't be shocked if they upgrade it. Wouldn't be shocked if they keep it slight. It just depends on how morning observations look. We have to see how today's going to play out fully into the overnight hours as well before we start figuring out how big of a threat or how little of a threat tomorrow may be. New MCD for way down here in Texas and Louisiana. Let's see here. The risk will gradually intensify this afternoon, likely into a linear cluster. The threat for mainly damaging winds and hail will continue. Do they even say tornadoes? They don't even mention tornadoes. They do mention some risk for all hazards if any semi-discrete storm can develop. Very low in wording. I never even saw the 15 sig tour today. I really didn't. It was conditional. I partially saw it for a bit on the HRRR, but then once I realized HRRR was over convecting in some spots, under convecting in others, and way too fast with the line, or rather way too slow with the line, I realized it was wrong. So the biggest threat in the short term is definitely with this batch here, going to the northeast up towards Tupelo, Oxford, Greenwood, Greenville, Mississippi, over the next 2 hours. And guess what? Guess what? Radar hole. So it's not even going to be really worth covering this radar-wise here. It's going to be difficult for me to give you my analysis on it. But hey, we'll still be here. I try to keep it drama-free, but unfortunately in the weather community, drama always finds you. Believe me, I've had my fair share of drama. It's just I try to keep it out of YouTube. It's on Twitter. Go find it on Twitter. There's drama. Matter of fact, the drama on Twitter got so bad to where I actually only limited my replies to 99 people. Only people I follow, who is 99 people, they're only allowed to reply. So, I'm just on Twitter to try to reach people with the word of severe weather, not drama. So I just cut out all my replies. Every now and then I'll let everybody reply on my post, but just so much drama on Twitter, man. Everybody hates everybody. I just don't get it. One little slip up anywhere and they'll be keeping it over your head for years. So it's annoying. I wish I could get off of Twitter, but unfortunately, there's a pretty big audience that uses Twitter for weather, which isn't really that smart. Don't use Twitter for weather unless it's official accounts. Okay, like following the National Weather Service like I do, those are official accounts. That's why I'm on Twitter. That's why I'm on Twitter. Because guess what? The National Weather Service tornado warnings, those tweet almost instantly when they're issued. The SPC, those tweet early before they update on the sites. NATOcast is on there too. That's the only way you can really view NATOcast on an easy basis there. National Weather Service, all offices are on there. Blacksburg, Memphis, Jacksonville. There's just a few that I check very regularly. Norman. So that's another reason why I'm on Twitter too. There's a lot of official National Weather Services on there, but be careful who you follow on there, especially just, I don't know what I'm trying to get to with this. Especially with official information. There you go. Be careful with outlooks, what outlooks you see on there. I see outlooks all the time that have extreme risks. I see outlooks frequently that have 45 sig and 60 sig risks, but thankfully I've gotten that off my feed this year. I haven't actually seen that many. Last year they were all on my feed, so just be careful with outlooks that you see on Twitter. So, main reason why I'm on Twitter is two things. There's a big audience that follows me on Twitter because Twitter's easy to post very quick updates. I can post in less than 60 seconds. Less than 60 seconds. I can give you a good update on Twitter. And again, you get early outlooks from the SPC on there too. But the big thing on Twitter is be careful about official outlooks. They're everywhere. There's outlooks everywhere that are not official. A lot of the times on my Twitter page, I'm doing model analysis and then real-time analysis. Those are the two biggest things I do. Every now and then I'll post the occasional meme. But as much drama as Twitter has, this is very weird saying it, but I actually have some fun on Twitter. It's very weird. I know, but I actually somewhat enjoy posting on Twitter. Especially the quick analyses. I love that. The quick little analysis on the HRRR ones that go vroom vroom and go crazy. I've only posted it once and I'm not posting it again. The RRFSA model run. I posted it to say it's my least favorite model run and I ain't ever posting it again. That model run just explodes everything. Matter of fact, what did it say for today? You know what? I'm going to go see that. I did not check that. Let's see if it's Supercell printed today. Yep. Oh my goodness. It has so many supercells in the open warm sector in 10 minutes. It has like all of these storms become mature supercells in 10 minutes. And it also had 3 mature supercells an hour ago, or 50 minutes ago in this area. Terrible model run. Terrible model run. It did nail the April 2nd event to some extent in eastern Arkansas, but that's the only time I've ever seen it even remotely close to slightly being correct. It's not like the HRRR where sometimes the HRRR can absolutely nail the threat and then other times it misses it by a milestone. The RFSA it never nails it. It will nail like 1 or 2 supercells every week of a severe threat. But it's just not a good model run. Gracious day, James. That's insane, dude. Hopefully y'all are okay and can get that fixed. I'm glad you guys are all right there. I bet that's a big scare. But glad I could help you at least a bit. And help you be a little bit weather aware there. Hopefully everybody is hopefully everyone there is all right. I mean, and that was pretty significant winds. Little Rock got hit by 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. It strengthened just before it entered the city of Little Rock, and then produced potentially up to 80 over Little Rock. And then we had 90 mile an hour winds a bit west of Memphis, Tennessee. So the wind threat from that little bow echo was absurd. I called it little, but it was actually like 150 miles from north to south. Yeah, look at all those damage reports in Little Rock. I didn't even see these. Numerous trees down in the area. A large tree was impaled through the roof of a house. Gracious. A business in Sherwood had its roof partially ripped off. Gracious day. Siding and roof damage in Jacksonville Community Center, which is representative of 70 mile per hour wind gust via social media picture. Oh, another one up here. A tree was blocking Stanley Road east of Villanova. See if we can spot any other reports here. Yeah, we saw that one. 70 mile an hour wind report from the public. And then right here, at some point, somebody or something measured 90 mile an hour winds, and I don't see a report still. There's one 59 mile an hour wind gust in Blytheville. That's actually considered a severe wind gust. If you didn't know, a severe wind gust is 68 mile per hour, or rather 58 mile per hour winds or greater. So a severe storm is 58 plus mile an hour winds. Even though you've never seen a severe storm for 58 mile an hour winds, they always round it up to 60. But technically, severe status is 58 mile an hour winds. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. And then for hail, a severe storm for hail is 1 inch in diameter hail, which you've seen plenty of those. We've had plenty of them today. Probably 20 plus of them today. But I just find that a little weird how 58 mile an hour winds is severe, but you always see it rounded up to 60. And then the hail threat is normal. You know, 1 inch hail is a severe storm, and you've seen plenty of 1 inch hail severes. Like, why not just make it 60? It's specifically 58 mile an hour winds plus is a severe storm. I just tried to look it up on Google. Let's see if Google says anything. Like, is there a reason it is 58 and not 60? You know what? There is a reason. 50 knots. That's why. The conversion. They consider a severe storm 50 or greater knots. And if you look up 50 knots to MPH, it comes out to 57.539, which you round up to 58. Just got my answer. There you go. It's because they consider a severe storm 50 knots, and that rounds to 58 miles per hour. Never knew that. There you go. I never knew exactly why it was 58 until just now. Learned something new. So that's why it is 58 miles per hour for a severe storm and not like 60. Because that would be what, like 51, 52 knots or something. 60 mile per hour winds is, 52 knots. But they consider a severe storm 50 plus knots. Learn something new. There you go. Like I said, of course I knew 58 was a severe storm. I didn't know exactly why it was 58 and not one more, or two more, or one less. That's my only bottle of water I've drank in this whole stream. We're 4 hours in. That's pretty bad. Normally I'm like 2 down by now, at least. SPC Outlook will be out here in 4 minutes. I believe that is it. And that is it. Is that it? No, that can't be it. There ain't no way that's it. I don't think that's it. That's not it, is it? Let's go back here and see. Slight risk, marginal risk extending into southeast Oklahoma. Okay, that's not it. Yay. I was gonna say, for some reason I was thinking that was it. I guess I just didn't pay much attention to the westward extent of that risk until now. So once that slight risk and enhanced risk is dropped from near Little Rock, then we'll know the update is new. Dehydrate. I'm not dehydrated, it's just I didn't drink as much water as I'd like to during this stream. Like I said, Lucky will be live probably about 6 o'clock tonight too, if you follow him. Lucky's Weather on YouTube. I'll double check with him, but he told me he was going to go live. At first he said 5, then he said 5:30, now he said 6. So I'm pretty sure he's going to go live at 6. Still have a tornado warning in effect here for Clarksdale, Mississippi. And that looks like pretty strong rotation embedded in that huge precip core. But it's hard to say how strong with how far it is from our radar site. Okay. See the power outages here. Yeah, they never got that high. The line weakened significantly right as it entered western Tennessee, so Whereas in Arkansas, we had power outages, like 120,000 people or so was the max power outages we had in Arkansas. Tennessee barely even got past 4,000. Still a severe storm for Jackson, Tennessee. It's just weakened a lot. Camden, no rotation there, but still it is a Tor possible severe. So we'll keep an eye on that just in case. Clarksville, I know we had people from Clarksville. There is a storm, not too strong. Wind gust as high as 60 miles per hour will be possible with it, but it doesn't look that strong there. Going into your area, Clarksville, Northwest Tennessee. You're in a tornado watch. You know what? You got missed. So you're going to get this weaker line in probably about 45 minutes to around an hour from now. Main threat will be wind gust as high as 60 miles per hour, some very small hail. And that's really it. I mean, the threat, really, it died off fast. It really died off fast. Even though you're in the moderate risk for up to 90 mile per hour winds, the threat just died off very, very fast there. I would also keep an eye on this storm too. Back here. That might make its way all the way up to you in about 3 hours towards 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. And that would pose a little bit greater of a wind threat, but I don't know exactly where it's going to track. It could track a little bit more to your south. It could track right towards you. I just know it's generally going this direction at the moment. What? Okay, never mind, never mind. Seems like 50% tornado risk did not verify at all. Yep, I agree. I don't really think it was needed. Like I said, the 10 sig was even debatable, but considering the environment looked pretty favorable, you know, that was definitely a reasonable call to have a big 10 sig tour. Oh my goodness, they kept the moderate for tornadoes. What? They also kept the 45 sig tour for this little bow echo that's still up here. Or rather, the 45 sig wind. My bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. 45 sig wind. They kept the 45 sig wind for this area. And they did keep that 15 sig tour. Unless that's wrong. No, that's right. They also expanded it, I believe, just the tiniest bit northward. Maybe just the smallest bit. Why? Keeping the moderate for wind. I mean, the moderate as a whole, it's just not needed anymore. Like I said, I guess we're going to have to keep a very close eye on this southern storm here in Clarksville. Maybe they think that's going to do something. I just don't see a moderate being needed anymore. Did they keep that whole 10 sig too? Lord have mercy, they did. They kept the entire 10 sig too. Man. Personally, I think they should have just kept a 10 sig down here just in case. And then everything else 5%. Let's see. right, let's refresh this. The primary change to the 4 p.m. update was a trim of probabilities on the western side of the ongoing QLCS. A couple strong tornadoes. Wait, hold on. Tornadoes, a couple may be strong. So they're not expecting that. Wow, yeah. Very low wording for a moderate risk. Tornadoes, a couple may be strong and may occur within embedded mesovortices. Strong to severe wind gust. That means 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, y'all. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, and we kept a 45 sig wind for 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. You're joking. Buddy, that's like, that type of wording is slight risk caliber.
Tornado warning for Central Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, North Central Coahoma County in northwestern Mississippi, Phillips County in Arkansas, Coahoma County in Mississippi.
Really, no idea why we have kept the moderate risk here. Or that large of a 10 sig tor. We'll see how it verifies, but really the only concern is this storm here. This storm is the main concern right now. So we'll keep an eye on that going into Lakeview, East Central Arkansas there. I mean, all of these severes, none of them are significant. So why keep a sig wind? Most are tor possible. I see a lot of tor possibles. Yeah, yesterday verified as a 10 sig thanks to the overnight threat. I think yesterday verified pretty well as a 10 sig. I think a 15 sig was a little out of reach. But the 15 sig was definitely needed with how the environment looked. And as well as the threat for supercells. The threat for prefrontal supercells was a lot higher yesterday than it was today. So I don't know why we really went 15 sig tor, and I don't know why we're still 15 sig tor. I mean, literally, this is it. That's it. That little tiny part of your moderate risk is what's left up there for damaging winds. Now the southern end of the moderate, that might be a bit different here. You can see that's probably going to track right in there, just like so. We'll see if that's a lot stronger. But, yeah, a little surprised we kept the full moderate here. I think the biggest threat is just this storm over the next 3 hours. It may be able to drop a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong, but they will all be very brief. And damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, actually. I think gusts could approach up to 70 with this. So this is going to be the little guy that I keep an eye on here. So just to give everybody a heads up, because I know we're getting a little bit close to ending. Clarksdale, Batesville, Oxford, New Albany, Holly Springs, Tupelo, Mississippi, Corinth, Mississippi, even into portions of southern Tennessee here. You do want to keep an eye on this storm. I do not think it poses a very, very significant threat, but I think it could produce a couple spin-up tornadoes, maybe one strong, and probably some gusts up to 70 miles per hour somewhere along its lifespan in this track here. So I would definitely keep an eye on that. Is it worth keeping a moderate risk? Heck no. This is what a moderate risk looks like. A significant line producing 90-mile-per-hour winds and potentially a few tornadoes on the northern side. This little guy, normal severe for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds and it being tornadic. Personally, I don't think it should have stayed moderate, but that's just my opinion. They're the professionals, so maybe they see some big reignition in this threat that I'm just not seeing right now. And pretty much everybody in the chat doesn't see either. Does anybody think this should have stayed moderate? Or this should stay moderate because it is moderate? Even the moderate for wind, like if you read the wording, a moderate risk is normally 90 to up to 100 mile per hour winds for a 45 sig wind. If you read their wording, strong to severe gust, that means 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust. And a few tornadoes, a couple may be strong and may occur in mesovortices. So, but even that wording, a couple strong tornadoes possible, a couple maybe strong, that's 10 sig wording. Yeah, that's enhanced. Now, earlier when they said, well, let me see if I can get it. See if I can get their old wording. Okay, here's their old wording. Old wording. Widespread damaging wind gusts, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense. Those were expected. That was moderate risk wording, not 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and a few spin up tornadoes that may be strong. Head off to bed. Holy cow. Wayward, thank you for tuning in, but geez, it's 4:11 over here on the East Coast. You got to live somewhere else. There ain't no way you're going to sleep at 4 o'clock. But good night. Yeah, today is still moderate, Caleb. But I disagree with it being kept at a moderate risk level, personally. I can't pronounce the forecaster's name. I don't want to pronounce it incorrectly. You can see the forecaster's name right there. I want to quote this. Okay, yeah, here it is. Oops, lag. All right, I'll cut that off. Oh, let me do a little bit more north. Okay. So we're gonna keep watching this storm here in Clarksdale. That's the only tornado warning storm. It has 3 tornado warnings, but it's the only tornado warning storm. but I'm not too concerned about it. Okay. Well, like I said, they're the professionals, so they know how the threat may play out better than I do, but personally, I'm not very concerned for the rest of today. Just 60-mile-an-hour winds, isolated gusts up to 70 possible throughout much of the risk area. Just stay weather aware. Just keep an eye on things. And somebody in this whole risk area could see a brief strong tornado. It is not very high. Just somewhere in here over the next almost about 10 hours may see a strong tornado. A very, very low wind strong tornado threat. The best chance for that, in my opinion, will be up here with both this line as well as a secondary QLCS that forms tonight near this area pointing to the east-southeast. So generally, I think the best chance for a strong tornado will be in here over the rest of today into the night hours. But even then, I don't think it will be... it's not even a really good chance for it, to be honest with you. New tornado watch will be issued shortly. Look at this. Like, literally half of what I drew. And they do keep... Oh, wow. Yeah, they do keep it, too. All severe weather hazards, including the potential for a strong tornado. Not one or two strong tornadoes. One strong tornado is possible. A strong tornado is possible. And we kept a moderate risk. Who was this issued by? Is this a different forecaster? Yep. This is two different forecasters who just issued this MCD, and it sounds like they disagree with the moderate risk. Sorry, y'all. I had to type this out again. Environment. There we go. Let's see. That's 6, right? Yeah. That's 4. So the HRRR does continue this threat. So I do think this is going to pose the biggest threat tonight for the rest of the day. So I'll keep an eye on it off of stream, but I'm going to conclude here so I can go help out my family, go eat some supper, and then I'll hop back on with Lucky here at 6 o'clock on his channel. But I'm not going to stay here just covering a very, very low-end threat when... yeah, when the threat is just dying out. If it was increasing, now if this was happening at the start of the day, if this was happening at like noon, I'd hop on stream ASAP. But the environment is decreasing, the threat is decreasing, the instability is decreasing, the lines are becoming weaker. Really, the only thing that I see worth covering here is this. Right in here. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on off of stream. A link to Lucky's channel. I'll pull that up. So we'll conclude here in about 15 minutes or so. Here, that should work. That's his channel. We'll be over there, me and Lucky, in about an hour, 40 minutes. So you can go subscribe to him. But I just don't see it being much here. Watch it all pop off after I end, though. That is possible. He'll be live at 6 Eastern. Yeah, see, there's still a little area of rotation in here. I wouldn't be shocked if at some point today we saw 1 or 2 tornadoes that we just couldn't see because of bad radar coverage. But, I mean, gracious day, y'all, look at this threat down here. Look at this sucker. These things are special weather statemented. They ain't even severe. And this watch has been out for like, what, 2 hours or so? Since 1:35. This thing's been out for almost 3 hours. And nothing's happened down here. But I do think this threat will increase slightly. And this is just a hot mess. I don't think that's going to be any strong tornado threat, like I said earlier. Not but like 30 minutes ago. I mean, unless something changes significantly with the environment, I don't even think that's going to pose a significant threat there. So just keep an eye on the QLCS threat over northern Mississippi. And that's really the only thing I'm slightly concerned about. Outside of that, just isolated small low-wind tornado risk. And isolated wind gust up to 70 miles per hour as well possible. But it's nothing like what we covered. What we covered earlier with the widespread QLCS moving through most of central Arkansas with 60 to 90 mile per hour winds. The threat for some isolated large hail as well. The hail threat is still there, but it's still, you know, it's like right in here is your best threat for hail, but I still don't see much with it. So the main thing that died off over the last couple hours was the threat for damaging winds. In like the last hour, 40 minutes, the threat for damaging winds just kept decreasing.
Tornado warning for
southeastern
Lee County in eastern Arkansas, northeastern Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, northeastern Coahoma County in northwestern Mississippi, Tunica County in northwestern Mississippi, Lee and Phillips County in Arkansas.
We'll be live for
Coahoma
7 more minutes.
And Tunica County in Mississippi.
So we'll see all 3 of these warnings expire. We'll be left with 1 tornado warning in 7 minutes. Even though we have 4 tornado warnings right now, we are going to lose at least 1 severe and 3 tornado warnings. So we'll be down to about 7 severes and 1 tornado warnings here when we end. But I do think the moderate for wind was very, very much needed today. But the moderate risk for tornadoes, I never really saw that. I never really saw that. A moderate risk shouldn't be a conditional risk, right? Like, when I say a moderate risk for strong, long-track tornadoes, I shouldn't have to say a conditional risk with that. Because a moderate risk is a very high-end event. That's a level 4 out of 5. And right now, there's like no risk for strong tornadoes. It ain't even conditional. It's just pretty much no risk. like I said, at some point tonight, late this evening into tonight, there's the opportunity we could see one strong tornado somewhere in this area. And again, I think the best chance for that would be up here with the QLCS it's currently strengthening, currently trying to strengthen here, and then another QLCS will strengthen later tonight as the cold front comes through towards midnight. And I think that's where our best chance for strong tornadoes will be tonight. So very low wind threat now. Great forecast from the SPC though. I agreed with it. The southern risk just didn't pop off at all for some reason. It just really hasn't done anything. But have mercy, that kind of scared me. Thought that was something right there trying to form. But the moderate risk for tornadoes, that's the only thing I disagree with. And still disagree with. That's the only thing I disagree with. I think the 45 sig wind was good. That was a good addition at the 12:30 Eastern update. So, yeah, we'll watch all these tornado warnings. Most of them expire here in 4 minutes. Oops. Ben, again, the strong tornado threat wasn't even that high to begin with. In my opinion, it really wasn't ever that high. We could still see a strong tornado, though. There's still definitely that opportunity with any prefrontals that can form, but it's the prefrontal threat's conditional today, and that's why I don't think they should have done the 15 sig because it was conditional. So today was more of a spin-up strong tornado threat and a spin-up tornado threat as a whole. And that's going to continue well into the overnight hours. So there's still a chance we could see a couple tornadoes today embedded in the line, maybe one strong, but it's not going to verify as a moderate risk. I can tell you that. Not where the moderate risk is. There's no shot that area gets a verification for tornadoes. This ain't even rotating no more, is it? No, it's not. This storm's not even rotating anymore, y'all. There is no rotation. And there goes one tornado warning. And another tornado warning. Here goes this one, too, in 2 minutes. Still could produce a brief spin-up tornado. So make sure you're in your safe spot. It is tornado warned, but I just don't see any rotation there. They mentioned semi-discrete supercells that were possible in the afternoon hours, but that just didn't happen. But like I said, that was kind of the long tracked portion and significant tornado risk with supercells was conditional today. Which is why I really don't feel like we should have had a moderate risk for tornadoes. CSU typically overdoes probabilities, so no big surprise. That actually had a decent sized high risk today over Mississippi. And yeah, that's right over here. With this storm, I think CSU's high risk is like somewhere right in here. So if you are in northern Mississippi, specifically northern Mississippi, southern Tennessee, definitely don't let your guard down. We could definitely see a lot more severes tonight with multiple QLCSs. I just don't think it will be a very significant threat. 60-mile-an-hour winds, isolated 70 possible. And then back here in Louisiana, we could still see some isolated large hail up to 2-inch in diameter, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and the isolated tornado or two, possibly strong, is also a possibility there. But it's all pretty low. We are down to 8 severes. 3 of them are torr possible. That's this one, and this one. And 1 tornado warning. So I'll keep an eye on this stuff. I don't expect to be back here. I'll be back here on Lucky's channel, though. Just not here. I'll just be back with weather coverage on Lucky's channel at 6 o'clock. If you want to tune into that, there's his channel name again. He'll be live around 6, maybe a little after 6 o'clock, but I'm going to conclude it there. I'm going to go help out my family because I haven't been able to recently with all the streaming I've been doing. There's still a chance for a stream tomorrow for weather coverage and or chasing. And yeah, I may not see you guys again tomorrow. It may be a while, but I may also see you guys tomorrow. We'll just see how it goes. But whenever I see you guys next, I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Saturday night. I'll see you guys whenever. I don't know when. This is the end of a very historic sequence of severe weather. Still possible to see severe weather definitely tonight into tomorrow morning. And like I said, I'll be on Lucky's channel probably giving you a little update around 6 p.m. Eastern tonight. Thank you, mods from on chat. Thank you, everybody, all 50,000 plus of you for tuning in over the last 4 days. And I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Saturday night. Stay safe, watch severe weather. See you in the next one. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch severe weather, and I'll see you guys in whatever live stream I do next. Have a great rest of your Saturday night.